Hey, hello. Hello. Hey, hello. 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 Yep. Mic is on. There we go. That's good. Uh, got a got a cup of tea. There you go. Lovely. Got some ginger tea today. Let's uh hmm, that's okay. Uh some ginger and lemon in it. No honey. No honey. Um yeah, I think everything is working. The stream is on. You know, you always need to check. Uh, I need to add something else to the check, and that's like a personal check. Like, am I actually? I never ask myself, am I ready to stream? I wanted to start it just a little bit earlier, but then as always, I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm allergic for streaming. I just started to sneeze and just started to get like a runny nose just before I actually pressed. Almost started to press like start streaming. Uh, I know, very fascinating. Let's see what we have here. Um, I don't know, man. I'm just in a chill mode right now. It's Saturday. It's kind of weird how it is Saturday. It doesn't feel like a Saturday. Maybe that's because I had a week vacation and the vacation is actually like officially over because it's weekend. More or less yesterday it was over. Let's be honest. And normally Fridays is my like day off as well. Um, but yeah, let's chill out a little bit. Yeah, let's chill out, man. Ah, shit, I forgot something. Am I gonna do that now? Yes, I need to. I need to. 1 minute. 1 minute. I need to get something. I forgot something. There you go. I'm back. Otherwise, that is just gonna bother me the whole time. The thing that I have to do. Uh, I will think about it like during the stream. So just better to take care of it. I know, very professional. Speaking of professional, yesterday we had a stream, and this week we had a couple of different streams where we started to build a game in Construct. Man, I'm in a chill mode. I went on a run this morning. That was maybe like an hour and a half ago. Hey, dark, darkest darkest. I'm sorry, like this font, the green and the black. I don't need glasses. Darkest, darkest YT 123. Hi, how are you doing? Apologies for not being able to read your name. On my end, it's like dark green. You're good. Nice to hear. But this morning I went on a run, just 5 kilometers, and I don't know. Somehow I was exhausted, but I was like, I might just have to run before I start the stream because if it's gonna be the same stream as yesterday, I wanted to have like I know I will sit on the couch and don't go outside anymore. So I'll just let's just go exercise and then sit down and be a couch potato. That's a good question. Yes, I do use a game engine. I'm gonna use Construct, and I will switch to Construct in a bit. I'm For people that don't know, Construct 2 is somewhat similar to Game Maker. It's more the visual style. I think it's fair to compare it also to how maybe like Unreal, like UDK, UDK works with the blueprint. You're learning Godot. Very cool. We talked about Godot yesterday. Siri in the chat is learning Godot. Not is about to learn Godot, but was also doing working on that. I do want to pick up Godot and test out, see how it works, because a couple people that I know also started working in it, and it seems like a very cool engine. How's your experience so far with Godot? I started working in Construct 2 in 2013, and I think when I check my Steam, it says that I have almost 8,000 hours on it. And I think I have 11k hours that I worked in Construct 2 in the past 8 years. I'm just somewhat more familiar with that. I like it. I will show it in a second. It's not something that I want to keep using for game development. Like last year or beginning of this year, I started working in Unity, and I like how you set up stuff in there. But seeing Godot, someone showed it to me, it seems like a very good interface and good community. More tutorials start to happen, and I like it gives off a good vibe. It uses GD script, but if you wanna, you can use C#. Yeah, I like that. I should check it out. Because when I saw Godot, it definitely looks a little bit like Unity with the interface and how everything is connected. And seeing the scripting and, especially hearing that you can also use C#. I'm not very used to use C#. I know a little bit about it. Just a tiny bit. But just not enough where we'll feel comfortable doing that on the stream. If we were to stream like Godot or Unity, it would be, hey, I'm here to learn. I'm just trying to figure our stuff out. And it's somewhat of a different story with Construct. So let's see. Let's just switch over to the desktop and to Construct and briefly go over what maybe what the plan is for today and what we have so far. Bloop. There we go. This is a joke, by the way. This is not my game design. This is just a to-do list. So let's show what we have so far. Because yesterday, during the stream, that script in Godot is like Python. So really, I have no experience with Python. I think in 2007, I did some work on it, because that was when I used with a couple friends. We were building a game with Panda 3D and Python. That's a long time ago. That was at the time where Unity just came out. But yeah, yesterday we had like a long stream, but like an important one. It's somewhat boring because it wasn't really necessarily like game related. But we started working on like the building the menu and loading that in from the XML. And the thing that we need to do today is I don't think it's gonna take that long, but of course we need to see the language and the difficulty options that it is actually displayed here on the right, so we can change it. We can change it now, but we won't see it unless I pull up like the debug. But we have like the basic setup here for the difficulty. So I think the first thing that I want to do is actually build a text so that it displays what the option is set to, and once we go left and right, actually change that option. It's mainly just if and then. Yeah, if and then and else. I love that. I should maybe I should not on the stream, but I do wanna, because more and more people talk about Godot, and also, like on Twitter, I see way more people using it, and once I see what they're making, I'm like, that looks cool. That looks cool and very approachable. I should watch some basic tutorials to get like a good sense of what Godot is and how the scripting works. Because at some point I don't want to use Construct 2 anymore. I like Construct 2, but it has its limitations. But it's a good tool to, you know, to start out with something and then build it. Like it's good. It's good, but there are some limitations, of course. I'm just too used to use Construct 2 because making something like this in Unity would take me way longer than just 5 hours. Thanks for the follow, Darkest YT123. So let's just press start. So for people that just started watching and haven't seen this yet, you have to meet. You're watching a tutorial as well. Good luck with the tutorial, and thanks for the follow. So yesterday, I think yesterday and the day before that, we didn't do that much on. Let's turn on some music. We didn't work that much on the game itself, but again, like the menu stuff is so important. And there's another thing that I want to test out once we have that thing fixed with the UI to show the options. There's some other stuff that I, after having done that, something else that I want to test out and actually show how those things are, how a couple of systems are starting to like connect to each other. Let's just call it that. Again, we just have the basic items. I kind of like going over like what we have now. We have the items, pick up like ammunition and, you know, the enemies that are there. We have to like the spawn points, an item that we can only pick up once. We got like the area transition, and now we go back. That item is gone, and basically that's it. That's it. But yeah, let me tell you, at some point, I will try to lean a little bit more into the game again. But yeah, we need to do the menu and then maybe a little bit of game to showcase what we have built and what the results are of that. And then I do think I need to build like the inventory stuff. Yeah, we might have to build the inventory stuff today. Let's just say that's a little bit like menu stuff, interface stuff, and game related. So we do get a little bit of game stuff today. So the thing that I was saying, I think I might have added a couple things here last night. I'm not sure though. There's one thing that I just added. Well, we might have to fix like the last direction, the UD or the LNR for the projectile. It's not really important right now. I'm not gonna focus that much on like the attacking and that stuff. What we have now is just temporary things so that we can deal some damage. Another thing is like the primary cooldown, and for the secondary item that we have like a cooldown. That's something that we will get from the XML. There's a small thing that I want to add to the area transition is where we change the control state so you can't move around anymore. The thing is, like, there's not much movement, but that's kind of like a weird thing, right? You kind of see that in the fade out and the fade in, like you see me moving. I want to take away the control of the player at that section, so you're not able to do that. Let's see. Air transition, show pros for current setup. I forgot what the pros are for how we build it. I might have already done that yesterday on the XML. Yeah, we should maybe add something to the debug that shows which primary and secondary item we have selected. And that ties into the interface selecting items. So we need to have this anyway. We could build it here, then build the interface, and then we need that to actually properly see without having the debug open to see if like the selecting items works in the interface. But yeah, we need to build the interface. Show ammo count, not that important. That could also be displayed here in this list. What I do want to do, 1 second. I want to runny nose. 1 second. There you go, fixed. What I do want to do though, still on runny nose. Now that we can, once we have this fixed where it shows like normal and hard and easy, but I think we will just focus on like normal and hard. What I want to do is that once we change like the difficulty, that we can actually see that already like being applied to the game itself. So we do have that that enemy over here that spawns, and that enemy will get its health from here. And what I want to do is find out a way, like a proper way to have something that will what I want to do is make a proper list where the stats are located, are listed for each enemy, and then have it so that we, for each individual enemy, that we can set stats for easy or for other difficulties. And why I want to do like separate list for the difficulties, and not just have a simple like, okay, when the difficulty is set to hard, just multiply like the max health with 2. I don't want to do it. I want to have some more control over that. So what I want to do is have these stats and then have, once we change the difficulty here, load in the game, have these stats actually be changed on the go. What I did before starting the stream was actually I made 2 more XMLs, yes, for the language option, because now that's placed in setup, and it's not that big right now, so it's kind of smart to already like do that in the next in another XML, because what I do want to end up with is that each language has a separate XML. We do in Construct have just a single XML for the language. So once we switch the language, that XML will get the correct it will load in the correct XML file, and then we can have these separated from each other, and that's just gonna help out a lot. When a file needs to be translated, I only have to send out like the English file to someone that can translate it into English, for example, and doesn't have like a big XML file where all the languages are located. Because let's just imagine this is our setup XML. We won't have a lot of dialogue, but I just want to have it so that it's, if we decide to have like a load of dialogue and a load of menu options, that all that stuff is just separated from each other. This works now for what we have, but it's not gonna work out. It will work, but it wouldn't be very convenient once if it actually expands, and we still don't know what the game is gonna end up like. I know the stream title says Zelda clone, but I do notice a little thing that and that will become more apparent when we continue with this, is we simply use the Zelda as a template, And I think it might be interesting to see like where we end up in, because it's kind of, we got like the Zelda track, and I think slowly we're gonna diverge from that actually goal and to make it more in its own thing, while still underneath have that kind of Zelda-like foundation. But it's, you know, in the end it's gonna be more its own thing instead of a clone. So I kind of hate the title right now, but that's maybe part of the part of the process. I should have called it the Zelda-like game and not a Zelda clone. So what I need to do right now, these are here, and I just copy and paste it. What I need to do is just remove this, save it here, and also the same goes for that. Maybe I should have done that before that whole thing. And my nose. Allergies are acting up. Maybe because I went outside today, but that seems unlikely. I went to a house 2 days ago that had a cat though. Yes, choices were made. Let's set up a few things. Let's make everything like, let's move the event sheets, like most of them, to the right. And once we start to work on something, we can move it like left to right. But I kind of like doing this. Let's see. So we have like the area stuff. It's not really important for right now. The loads. Got these. Let's move those out of the way. The main, and where's the? No, that's fine. Let's save it. It's already saved. Don't even need to save it. Just thinking about this. We added this event sheet. Do I want to mess around with the languages right now? I should stick with what I actually said, but it might... No, I can load it in, but I don't necessarily have to set it up. So we got the load XML function. That one is located in here. Load XML. And what we need to do... Language. Is that correct? I don't know. Let's give this the tag of language. And we will see like English and Dutch here. So that means we... do we need to do it like that? Yes. English. So right now, just for testing, we have English and we have Dutch. So based on that, it should load in a different XML. English language Dutch. And then we need to do this once language is completed. XML language should be loaded, and don't necessarily need to do that. The language stuff is something right now we will do it in the load, but that's kind of weird. It will probably be loaded in like we call it here on the main menu, which is fine, but this is gonna be too late, right? Because in the main menu we get like the UI stuff. The UI stuff needs to be translated. So that's something that we need to do on boot up of the game. Set the language based on a option, which is gonna be somewhat of an odd thing, right? it will probably happen once we currently what I'm thinking, and it's kind of like a weird setup, but it might be an obvious one. What I want to do is just once you boot up the game, you get the 3 save slots. You select the one that you want, because the save slot will save half that data of the language and all the settings that are made. So we have each save slot will actually store all the settings for that user. Might be a weird thing to do, but I feel that's maybe for the accessibility like a good thing to do. Maybe for the accessibility, you before making the save slot, we get like a quick access, like a small menu where you can already set all the things for how the color of the text and the language, like the basic stuff that are needed to properly navigate the menu. So that is actually stored into a save file. So whenever we boot up the game, if I select my save slot, I will get all my UI settings once. Let's say there's another player in the household that has different settings for accessibility and for the UI. That person only selects their own save slot, and from that select save slot, then go to main menu, and everything is set up in that way. I think that might be a nice way to do it. Kind of weird because that's not often done, but I kind of want to do it like that and see how that works. We can always change it. But with that said, the loading that should be done before you go into the main menu, because I don't want to have a Dutch language menu. And what if I don't speak any Dutch, need to navigate the menu, then select the language, then save it, and then set it to the language that I actually want? No, that should be set like before we actually boot up the game for the first time. Right, what was it doing? So the language, English to Dutch, so load setup, right. We should add some comments here as well. Later, I might. This is just a small reminder that we need to do that. It's kind of nice to have some notes in here, some comments to let us know what each option does for the load XML. I think I've been a little bit bad by with the commenting for all the stuff. Right now stuff is still manageable, but it's starting to get out of hand. Is there anything else that I want to do for this? Because I don't want to mess around with the language stuff right now, but this is just like, hey, load it in, and there's nothing in the XML. So we will end up with something like this, where even the ID is no longer needed for the type, and the ID might be replaced with something else. But now I'll just copy and paste it. There you go. Is this a little bit too far? Yes. Needs to be clean, man. Come on. Is that correct? Yes. See, then we get maybe type more like, hey, this is for menu stuff, and now we have like type like dialogue. So we have in this language file also like all the dialogue trees. If we have that in the end, or just text for cutscenes or other stuff. Menu, UI, inventory stuff, and that's why we need to do that. So I will leave this here because we haven't actually done that the other bit. So without postponing the menu stuff, let's go to the menu manager and then actually see if I can quickly fix the showing the option on the right. Oh my god, man, that's it's probably not that difficult. No, it's difficult. It shouldn't take 5 hours though. But my mind right now is a little bit fuzzy. Fuzzy. We need to do it here. Set menu. Right, that was another thing that we need to fix though. Because one of the problems that we have in the game is that language has like several like sub options, the things that we need to change. We can't, with how things are set up right now, we can never have something like a menu option where you can select by pressing left or right. We can never have that to be the first option. It always needs to be on a different option. It can't be the last or the first option. So start, we can't place language to start. We can't do that, and that's a bad thing. That is something that I need to fix. Not right now though. So let's get this one here. Because the language and the difficulty, I just have that in the main menu for now for testing, so we don't necessarily have to make like the options menu, but that will work the same. So what we want now is that while we do the for each entry, check if there's a sub option. If there's a sub option, like a sub option for difficulty, then we poop out create a new font as well that will actually show that stuff. And now looking at it, it's definitely not gonna take 5 hours. I am 99% sure, because setting the option, the text, all we need to do is check if there is a sub option. If there is, create a text, send along, call the dictionary function that we built for the get value. We get the value from the game data and difficulty that already has a text. Translate the text, and that's it. That's part one, not part two. That's part one. Part two is gonna be, once we change that option, we need to know, change the text of that font that has just been created. So we might have to create something that just have like a 0 and a 1, like have a variable on that font that says, hey, this is, we need to do that. First step though, create the font. When we build the menu, create the font with the correct current setting. Step 2, change that text on that font once we go left or right. So I think that we create stuff here and we call it here. So for each entry, and that's this one. Can I check? Is it gonna be something like this, where is that lowest? Yes. For each sub, can we do this? Or we might not even have to do that. Let's check this one. Can we? Can I use this? it should be easier. Let's go. It should be easier. I don't think I need to do it for each. The only thing that I need to do is check, hey, are there sub options? XML setup dot string value. And am I just able to do come on, give me a code. Add sub, is that it? Add sub is not equal to empty. For each entry, and then check if there is a sub add in that one. Is that what I could do? No, nope. That's not it. Let's just. This is not gonna work. But I need to find a way how to get like the sub value, like a sub value within that entry. So I might have to do. I think I might end with a sub for each sub within that entry. So let's pull out the console and then because the add sub, nope, this is terrible. This is not gonna work. No, you're my mind, man. Type ID. Let's do this. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Done. For each. Is that no? For each entry and then sub of that entry. Well, if we do is not equal to that, so it should poop out something. 1 second. Damn, what really knows, man. It's terrible. It's very annoying. There you go. We could just do this. Sometimes I don't know if it actually does that, so let's just close it. Let's pull up the console. Let's see, it doesn't do anything, so this is definitely not working. XML setup, string value, so I could do it for each. Maybe I need to do it for each. For each sub. And then we could compare. Don't I have that somewhere else already set up? For each item type. Maybe it's gonna take 5 hours. Yes. Is not equal to that, and then do this. This is a little bit too much. If this is even working, this is a little bit too much to do. Like unneeded. I don't like that I need to do the for each, and I don't think I need to do that. But it should. Nope. Oh yeah, that is definitely not gonna help. That needs to be set up. See, now it says sub 5 times. But that's with the creation. No, that's correct though. That's correct though that it says 5. It needs to do that when we build it. Yes, I think I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Maybe just do the for each sub. That could be done differently. But this is just a check if there's a sub, and it says 5 because there's 2 in language and 3 in difficulty. And I do think once we go over here, is manager. And what if I do XML setup dot string value? What if I do dot that and add dig? Will that work? So the dot is like going back. I might as well do ID for testing. So if this were to work, let's go over it. It will do this. It will do the 5 times, but then we will have 2 times language and 3 times difficulty in it. 2 times language and 3 times difficulty, so that's fine. So that means, you know, once it's there, it should actually create another font. And then I could make something like that. But it shouldn't do that for each thing though. That's why I don't want to have a for each. Yeah, so this is not working because if I do it like this, it would create that font 5 times. And that's not what I want. That's why I don't want to mess around with the for each. Maybe let's just disable this one. I'm gonna, well, I don't have to necessarily disable this one because I will just disable this one. What happens if I do this? Like I said yesterday, like I am working with the XML stuff since 2 years in Construct. And I've mainly used it for menu stuff and for some other things as well. But I once I'm in it, like I get it, but still it takes a little bit to get used to it, and I don't quite fully understand all the things that I could be doing with it. So now it says sub main menu. So that's Why would it do that? Sub main menu, but it does it twice. What? Why would it do that? What if I... Maybe that's it? Language and difficulty. And it does it only once. Is that it? Basically, like sub and ID, check if it's empty. Or if it's not empty. Let's see. Let's just create a font to... I will leave that there. Let's just call the creative font. Because that's gonna work the same, sort of like the same way. The only issue that I see, and that I should not forget about, is how we add one to the system, to the like this one to know like how far we are along this thing. This should be done later, because that's gonna mess up this one, unless we say I-1. Yeah, like that's gonna mess up a couple things. And for the font, what I do want to do, we could make either I could give the font like an ID of 0 and 1. Is it the main thing? Is it the left side or the right side? Or I could do like just a boolean, like, is this a sub option? Is it showing a sub option? Is sub. And then that one should be false. Maybe that's a good way to do it. Set boolean is sub. There it should be false. And here it should be true, and we keep the same stuff in there though, the action, but that might because that ID that might get the ID from the sub, and we need to get the ID from the action, and I think that was the like the entry. So that's language and difficulty. That's just that ID. Oh, you know that. Let's just see how this gonna end up. I will keep the translate in there because the translate will just check if that type of text is in the XML, and if it's not, it will just send back that thing, and you know, it will add that little T. The thing that we need to do is add some to you know, for the width, so maybe 96, because it needs to be created more on the right side. Let's just see what it does now. It doesn't matter if this is set up wrong, but I just want to see if there's a font created on the right side. And right now, my guess is it will be created, but it will be offset. It will be one further down than it actually is supposed to be. Yes, that's good. That's good. That's good. So it is sort of working. It is sort of working. It's now wonky because we have like the arrow selection based on solely the numbers, and it is not checking if it's the arrow shouldn't go to the numbers that are sub options. It should just stick to this one. So let's just give ourselves just a little bit more space. 148. Then we do need to fix cancel. Bam. If I do this. And that's a little bit better. I should have just gone. That's fine. That's fine. Let's just change a little bit. I don't like how... Let's change that to 16. 32. 16. 32. So it's a little bit more like it there in that corner. That's still good. We will change the font later on. So it should set... yeah, this is good. This is good. Just gonna duplicate this, disable it. I'm gonna save this. Gonna move this around, maximize it again. Because that's the key. That's the ID. And what happens if we do? The key, that one. Right. Let's... I want to change that, but I do need to take a peek at this one. Yes. Because we're gonna make use of that dictionary function again for getting a value from a dictionary. So let's just get that function that call dictionary get value, and now we send the dictionary, and we send the key, and that's probably it. We got key, and we need one more of these. So once we set the text of that font, we need to get the value from the dictionary. So the dictionary and the key, that's these two, instead of just the ID, because that's what it's doing now, but it needs to get the value. So it will get either in the dictionary right now, the game data language key is set to either English or Dutch, so it will pull that. And the same for the difficulty. So once we do that, we might get a name that's lowercase with a T added to it. Yeah, the language English and hard. So that's good. We haven't translated those yet. So that's working. The only thing that's not working though... It is working right now, but I don't trust it. I don't trust the arrow. I don't trust the arrow. We do need to do a lot of thing for the navigation. Is that once we set the location, family font, I think it would be wise to get this there, like is it the sub, and then invert it, add it, just to check like, hey, we're selecting, this is for like placing the location of that thing, just to make sure that it is not being displayed like shown on the right side, but always on the left. And left is false, right is true. And I do think that's also important for the set action, but I do want to check out, well, let's check out if this works, but I do want to check the font if it's properly, like setting that boolean and setting the arrows key. And also what I want to check here if it set the action correctly on that side as well. So start action is start, is sub is 0, that's correct. That's correct. Language, that's correct. And then that's correct as well. The number is still correct, but the action is also language, so that's good. That's a good thing, because once we change those options, it should, we can say, hey, change action language, and then have the like the is sub, like check the boolean for that stuff. So that's working. Difficulty, that's correct. And then that's difficulty with a different kind of text. So the numbering is correct. This is 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. And the difference is the boolean is sub false, true. So that's let's check if the system data, if the menu action is still properly like doing that. I think it is, but let's just make sure. Exit, difficulty, language, options, and start. So that's also working. So far, so good. Now, right, we will leave it. Am I gonna work something like in here, like left and right? Yeah, I will probably do that in here, because the left and right is like changing the options, and that is where we set the key. But here, another thing needs to be added, where we also set the text of that font to something else. Because we do change that key once we change it. It should... we might have all the stuff that we actually need in this thing here. Could I just... right, let's just make it for left and right. But I do think we're gonna end up merging these together. That's why I made the bookmark like make an OR event. Because there's a couple things going on here that are kind of like used for left and right. And the only big difference between left or right is like adding the value and then just setting that value in the correct way. So see... let's... No, that's too quiet. Seriously, that. Am I just gonna build it in here instead of like calling that font thing? Would be good. It would be good just for now, just do it here. Because I don't think we necessarily need to do it somewhere else. So system... It is almost gonna be the same as this thing here. I think that's the thing that we actually do want. And then instead of this, have it is sub. So we pick a font based on the menu location, because that's where we are. We are not changing the menu location, we're pressing left or right. So pick that one based on whatever is said in the dictionary and check if it's the sub one. And here comes the tricky thing, is that we need, I think, that's a dictionary and a key. Fam font, set text to, oh my god. Let's just do this first. I think we only need the key. Do we only need the key? No, we need to call a function though. We need to call the function, that function like the get the key. The dictionary and then the key. The dictionary, then the key. We need to call that one function again. What was the deal with this? That's the thing that we're changing. That's fine. Function print. Oh man, this is gonna be a tricky one. Because we do need to translate it. We first need to set the text to that. So we call a function within a function. No, that would be nuts, man. I should have done this differently, maybe. That's funny. Is it? Okay. Before we do the... Let's just see if this works. Function.call dictionary. Dictionary get value. Now we send the dictionary and the key. That's a long line, man. That's gonna cause problems. So if we move left, it should actually set the text based on whatever is in the dictionary now without the translation. And did we really? Yeah, that was already working, like the index and the heart. So that's actually working. So when we here press left, Dutch English, Dutch English, and that's fantastic. So we don't have the translation now, but we do see this. Ooh, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. So now whatever is changed in the dictionary, that means that that is actually shown in here, so we know which language we're on. What I'm not gonna do is that you have to press A before you select an option, and then only then you're able to change it. No, it's just like go to the option, go left or go right to change it. Yes, so now I'm just gonna duplicate this because... Boy, where's the translation stuff? How the hell am I gonna do that? Well, no. Why am I sending the key along as well? I'm getting a value. Is that saying from which dictionary and which key? Wait, what? Key? Why this? Why that? Poof, man, my mind. Let's check the font. Translate. I think on font, this for the readability is nuts. I might make something later for font that says here another option is to set text to something, and then from there call the translate. Because now we will get a function within a function, and that's just nuts. The thing that needs to be translated is what we sent along with pound 1. Wait, why? But why? 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 So we cough, and is this whole thing just the thing that we need to translate? But then we do the same. Just gonna copy this. Boy, that's something else. I think it's this. I think it's this. That's too much, man. You're an idiot. That is one. Oh, okay. But it's not translated yet, so we don't know if it works. So let's just quickly. Let's see. Let's just focus on. Let's just do the difficulty stuff as well. Easy. So this is kind of like a weird thing, and there must be easy, normal. See here on this font, I'm lacking some knowledge on like better ways to do this, because I can't believe that you need to translate like individual menu options. Like again, we don't get like a ton of. It is not that when we have like dialogue, we will translate like the individual texts, words in like dialogue. You know, then it's just a matter of like a whole sentence. But I do feel there might be a better way to do this. But also maybe this is actually the way to do it. That you do have to translate all the menu options on pair basis. And that is not that there's not something like an automatic way to do that. And I always like there, yeah. Well, you catch my drift. Dutch, because your Dutch shouldn't be called Nederlands in English, because in English you need to know it's Dutch, because otherwise it will be we'll say. So now for all the only options that we have is the easy, normal, and hard in Dutch and English, and those should be translated. So now that we have that over there, why is it already translating? Right, because we why is the other translate option easier to do? Because that's all based. Why is that working better with a smaller function than this thing here? I don't know. Oh, Dutch is not in there. What? Dutch is not in there? Dutch. Why is it not translating Dutch? Why wouldn't it translate Dutch? It is translating easy, normal, and hard. Let's test something out. Let's just start the game. Reset. Oh, the resetting is probably resetting the options as well. No, that's not true. Something is... My feeling is something is not working. game data, set this to normal. If I go to start, is normal. That's correct. If I reset, the reset, should it be like a reset? No, it's probably working as intended, because the resetting stuff, going to the main menu, will load in the XML files again, and it will set all the difficulties. It will reset that. So there needs to be a check for the reset with the loading the XML, if it's already loaded, yes or no. Because the setting that XML, like all the to set up like the dictionaries, is something that normally wouldn't necessarily happen on the main menu. And that's only something that will be done after creating a safe state. I think. But why is it not translating Dutch, man? I don't know. It is translating. Oh, nope. That's because it's set to Dutch. Is it really? Really? Is it working that? Oh, whoa. I need to test something out, because it's doing something that I did not think it would actually do. That is how we set this up. It's doing more than it actually should do. What's easy? Easy in Dutch. Gemakkelijk. No. No, that can't be right. Normaal. Oh, pittig. Nederlands. Engels. I like this. Oh no video game. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's kind of cool though. Where if we go to Dutch, it already translates. It's already it's loading in. It's pulling that list. That's why we have like the different XMLs, because this is gonna work in a different way than it's doing now. So I'm okay with it, but now I feel I should actually do the separate XML files for loading in a language, because this is weird. Because I don't want to. Because now it's pulling like the info from that translation, but it's working too good. Let's say it's working too good, because we translate the text based on the language in the dictionary, like the language settings. So now it's set on Dutch. So for like within that, by switching it, it's already pulling the info from here, because we set it to Dutch, and that's why it wasn't working. So this is not how it should actually work. It should change once we press like A or something, or exit out on this menu. Yes. That's kind of funny. It's working too good. It's working too good. Too good. Who could? Oh no. It's too good. Gemakkelijk, pittig, normaal. That's hard, easy. It's working too good. Because the translation, that happens here. Because that's the game data, and we don't necessarily need that ID anymore. If we do load in the language in like the correct way from the start. Do I want to fix that now? Let's think. Let's think if I want to change that now, and I'm also trying to think like, okay, what do I actually need to do to make that work in a proper way? Because we already set some stuff up at the beginning of the stream to do that, to accommodate all that stuff. So the language, once we do that, the only thing that's probably that needs to be changed because we loaded in, and let's just do this. And copy this as well. That should be done there. Save it. Save it. So the options are there, and I don't think I'm gonna mess around that much with other options right now. So for now we will stick with the English one. Whenever we do something, we got like that fail safe that if it's not there, it will add that T. I'm just saying that because if we make more options, we need to either do it in here and also add those options in here to probably make it work. So the language is more, well, we need that at some point. So we have like the different XML. So what actually needs to be done now? And that's a nice thing. I think this is probably gonna be very nice. Because for the translation, we always call that function, right? That's why we built the functions. So in the end, changing stuff will make it easier. If we didn't do that and we did that without calling the function, we have to change that code whenever we actually do that. So I guess I need to change this. Only have to change that we get the value from the XML language, and that's lang, and then simply the type, and we don't even need the ID anymore. But let's leave the ID in there. But what I want to do, we could keep that there. No, that's gonna mess up if we do. That's gonna do the same thing if I don't change that. That's gonna do the same thing, but I might keep like the add ID, like the identifier in there, so that we have different types of language things in here. So menu, dialogue, inventory, like all the stuff. So we have that separated. And let's just for now have this in there. Just simply menu. So we can say menu here. So we'll select ID menu, and later on we do that based on, I don't know, another key entry. And then the entry, function power 1, and then a note. That should still stay the same. The only thing that we can remove is probably language as well. So we have language type menu, that's there, and then the entry based on that. That's good. And we need to change this as well. That's just lang. Menu. Enter ID, that stays the same. Do that. Because yeah, the translated stuff is within the node. And maybe this works. Let's close it all. I don't think it's gonna work. There you go. I knew it. I knew it. Let's set that up. We have to go to the main menu. Language. And I know what to do. I know what to do. So what we need to do is load the language and then send along if it's either whatever is in the dictionary, game data dot get language. Now there are a couple ways to do this, or why I'm doing it like this, because I kind of like the clarity, like the being able, like the readability, load XML in the setup. That's for setting all the dictionaries, you know. But here we have load XML where we do send like a parameter, like an extra one, like the difference if it's like either English or Dutch. And we send like whatever is stored in that key of the game data. Like I would have preferred it if it said like load XML and then language and that's it. Again, for readability. But I think here it's kind of important to do this so that we have more options or can change this up a little bit later. Because we could have like a comparison here. Just have like all the checks. Is the value in the dictionary of language equal to English? Then do this. Is it equal to Dutch? Do this. But I prefer this way because we might have to send something else along with it. Both should work. And the nice thing is we do have that little wait here. I might remove the wait and actually use that timer that we built so that we have a timer here, and when this is done it does initialize the main menu. That is when it's built. So it's still not working. Good. Loaded XML. Let's check. Ajax. It will request like the language XML tag. Language. And once that is done, it will load it in the XML language. Did I make a small typo? Nope. Is this not working because during the setup, do we need to call? It might not be working because we call the setup and the setup is still setting up. It's loading in that XML, and like right after that we do the language stuff, and that key might not have been made yet because that setup is not done. So for testing, let's just remove that and then put it here. That's gonna cause a problem later on, but this is just for testing. Nope, still not working. Hmm. It's kind of, well, it's difficult to check. Language. It is the Ajax at least has this stuff in it. So is it not just getting? What if I do? What if I do that? Nope, still the same. See, now the problem is like, where's the problem? It might be that the translation stuff that actually wasn't working because something that goes wrong there and something was going wrong on the stuff that we're working now. So how can we actually make sure or find out where the problem is? Because here it should be done. It should be done, or well, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Control. No, that's gonna mess up everything. I need to do that. See, the thing is like, which another thing that might happen is that that is just a little bit too fast. No, that's enough time, so it's not necessarily that. I will leave the 1 second there for testing. I was thinking that during the setup and then building, like going over here and then there, that this is taking like too long to do that. Did I make like a typo here? Language 0, English 1. So it is requesting that, those files. Type menu. We did that. Mm-hmm. One second.
Ouais, une question.
Oui, tu t'intéresses à moi, c'est que tu commences à t'intéresser à toi.
C'est intéressant.
Bien sûr que tu l'es. T'es beau, intelligent.
Arrête de te foutre de ma gueule.
Je t'assure, c'est tout là-dedans. T'es incapable de le voir, de le sortir.
Je sais.
I think we could remove that. Let's...
Pas facile.
No, let's keep this 1 second. No, not 3 seconds. Definitely not 3. What I need to do is
Regarde dans la glace. Qu'est-ce que tu vois?
go here. I need to know for sure that this is actually loading in correctly. Type menu. Type ID is menu. So that's good. I'm just gonna close these. Just make sure that I
Regarde dans la glace.
have the correct ones opened up. You know what? Let's go over this code here. XML language string value. We did the language. That is what we did there. And then the type ID assembly menu. That's what is happening there. And then the entry and then the ID based on a function that's being sent along. That are like the green options there. And then whatever is set in a node. I don't necessarily see an issue with whatever is written here. There might be like the menu that is fucking it up. Let's just do a browser log. Have that here. And check whatever value is being sent back once the menu is built. Like if this is not even happening and whatever is being put out in a thing, if that does if this that doesn't align with whatever we have like in here, maybe it doesn't send anything back or whatever. Well, let's just do this and we might get some like a better idea of what is going wrong. Right. Now there's no menu. That's funny. What? Did I disable something? Why? I didn't disable anything. Did I? Wait. Did I? What? What? It is loading in it. And that's why is it not showing anything anymore? What a weird thing. What? It was just working. It was not properly translating it, but it was working. Oh no. Did I make a typo somewhere? I just, for my feeling is that I only did the login console and I didn't change anything else. No, don't. Load setup. Once the setup is completed, let's move that back to here. What? Okay, so I do think let's ignore the thing that just happened. That's always good. Just ignore it. Well, let's enable that one and actually see if something is being put out in the console. I don't think that's the case. Let's do it again. So now I do think it doesn't find good log test. Save it, play it. Right, so it's doing the test, and that means the else is enabled instead of this one. So the problem of the translation, lies in here and not in the setup of like the XML. That might be a problem. That might be the case. Look, puzzles. I think often this stuff is also yeah, like finding out what's the problem, finding out what causing it, eliminate like the possibilities. I kind of like that. Like that's you know, it could get like rather intense with bug fixing, but I like that. Like retrace your steps, like seeing what happens. So right now, we know it's this. We know the problem is this code right here, and we need to change that. And the thing is, loading in that XML this might still go too fast, that stuff, so it might not be properly loading in. But we do know once we have fixed this and that, and it's still like back there, then we do know, well, the XML stuff, it might be a situation where here's a problem, but also here's a problem. But first we can fix this so that once this is done, we do know it actually that it is able to find that translation. But having said that, it might... No, I need to trace it back though, because it might not be able to find the XML, whatever is in the XML, because it has not been loading in yet. So that is why it is doing that. Right. It might not have done the XML stuff yet. For the building. But I sort of tested it out. So let's go here and change that to 1. Because the building of the menu happens after this, and 1 second is like super long. Let's see what happens now. See, we do get like the menu after a second. We don't get like that stuff here. So let's dig in here into this. So what's happening here? What's happening here that makes it so that it is not working? The type ID, is it this? Entry ID. The type ID, I might just remove that for now. What happens if I remove that? Let's just say we don't care about the type. We don't care about this identifier. Weird. Huh. I do get the feeling that the XML is not properly like loaded in. Is there a way to test it out? Because that's the comparison, and maybe the comparison is wrong, but let's just do one of these. Yeah, let's just copy this one. I think we might be able to use that one and do that here, and let's poop out some more stuff in the debug. Language. So for each type, I just do this. I don't think we need a slash there. XML language, add ID, lang 0. For each language type, place in the browser, what is set at the ID. Seeing this, and that not even anything is happening here.
Yeah.
I might have to do for each entry though. Did I do that correct? If you do like a slash slash and an item and a type. Language type entry. What I'm gonna do is copy this. Nope, I will recopy that. Press V. Bug fixing. Kind of good to finally get like a proper issue. So for the debug, what I'm just gonna try is wait for the menu is built and then press V to actually see if this is if that is doing something. So you could assume it's loaded in, and if I press V now, it should do something here. Completely nothing. What is exactly what's happening? What's happening? String value at idea. So even with a type, you get the idea. Really? Or is the debug not? No, debug. Wait, what? Holy shit. Nope, that's fucked up. Nope. So by resetting it, it definitely fucks up the whole menu. Why would it do that? There's some strange behavior suddenly with the translation of the menu items. If I'm here, press V. It's not loading in that. It's not loading in that XML. What a weird. If I. What if I place that here? Because if I place it here, it should do something. It should, because it's loading in the document. What? What? Now I need to be careful by not adding like all kinds of tests and that I don't remove them. But I don't know. Did I just fuck up the function itself? Like, not the main game. I need the menu. What if I just do? The game data? Is a language not in there? Fucking what? What? Why is it Oh no, I understand why the menu is being placed there as well. So yeah, okay, my assumption what is going wrong is that there are two things. Wait. I think what's going wrong is that for the load XML language, we need whatever is in the dictionary game data get language in the language key of game data. But we're doing like the setup, and the setup is loading in like the dictionary settings for the first time when you boot up the game, and that is where all the the settings is stored. So that's fine, you know, that's something that happens once. So we do need to maybe have something like a check, is the data loaded? Because that's only done once. So what's happening here, it's doing that's taking a little bit of time to build like the dictionaries. So we're building like the dictionaries, that's being done here. Setup complete, dictionary build game data. So right after that, we actually need that key of game data, the language. So what I think is happening, and there's a way to test it out, is maybe do this. Is it equal to this? Or maybe it will say 0. So I think what happens here is that the setup is not completely done. We do this. It will say send whatever is in that key, but there's no key yet because it's still doing the setup. So it's not making a difference between this and that. So the language English, that is working. But that means we get this menu. This menu is actually saying, you know, loading in the English is working though, because that's why we get this whole list, because we have like several tests like running to see if it's like properly completed. Let's just disable this one, and then we have the other one. And what I do think is that, let's disable this one as well. What I do think that's happening right now is another problem, is where the comparison or whatever we return is not set up correctly. So it might be not loaded in, but it doesn't return like a proper value, and that's why everything on here is empty. So we can check the font. We do see like the fonts are created with language, but there's just no text in it because our return value is not correct. So good. What I'm gonna do I'm gonna create a new layout. Because that's gonna fix everything. I'm just gonna call this splash screen. For the menu. Let's just make some layouts. No, not layout, subfolders for the game. So we have area 0 and 1 for the game, and then app subfolder, the do not delete layouts. Let's place this over there. And now we have to like the game UI. That might all. Well, let's leave it there. Have to load for the menu, and that one over there. Now we have the splash screen. I could have actually duplicated. Oh, that's fine. That resolution, I need to fix that resolution because something is wrong with the resolution. Chances are we might just change that whole thing depending on the game, but I feel like I don't want to work in that resolution also for the game, but that's a different story. So there's the grid. We don't necessarily need that here. We do have the event sheets, and we're gonna create the same folders here for the game and for the menu, and maybe have a folder like for stuff that's just global and global, so that something like controls is in there, debug is in there. That's for the game. That's for the game. That's for the game. That's more like loading is for that. E is main game, is for the game. Menu. That's the menu manager is maybe more global. Let's place it there, and let's place that one there, and that's the splash screen, I guess. Let's save it. Yes. Let's move that one over there. We had to do this anyway, and now it's apparent that we do need to do it here. That's basically that. On start of the layout of the splash screen, and that's gonna maybe turn into a different kind of screen. That's gonna be the first layout of once you boot up the game to set everything up, and from there we will check out are there save games, or is this actually the first time? But we need to load in that one there. That's gonna be a tricky one. Maybe that's the default language for now. Default language, load that in. And then whatever we had set up here. Yeah, no, that might work. That might work. So we do include system here so that we can call that function. And we will request either these, and let's just remove that for now. And from here, I'm just gonna copy that one head there, so it will load in that, and that way we know it's done. And then simply say go to layout, main menu, so that we are sure that the language, like the proper language files that we need, are loaded in. And another thing that we actually could do is like all that game data stuff, that is also just happening over here. So I might remove that or disable that one here. And here's a menu. The main game, not the main game. Main menu is also the load setup. I'm just gonna remove that one here. Load setup. It's gonna be here as well. Maybe before it. So now the tricky part is, so like when do you actually go to there? So the setup, we'll call that one. Now we'll build the dictionaries. When is the data requested? Why was that on the load? I don't know. Because the game data... Wait, why is that? That is why you need to add comments. Why did I place it there? Because the game data... Let's check what's in there. Game data... That's stuff for the game itself. That happens in the load. But that shouldn't. You know what? Fuck it. Let's place it here as well. Because that's just stuff for the game itself. That could either be on the loading or just here. Because that's not the dictionary stuff, that's in setup. So we have setup, language, game data. And we are gonna remove that one from there. Don't need that timer because that timer is on there. We're just gonna do that on the loading screen. Because that's just for testing, so that there was no delay, but now we don't have to set anything up here. The game data, maybe. Well, the game data, if you have like the options, that might end up that might end up in a loading that should actually be in a loading, because we do need that for like the difficulty stuff. That's why you have the loading, and that might called from yes load to set. That's kind of good, yes, because if we change in the menu the difficulty, go into the game, from there it should actually set the correct like parameters for like all the game stuff and then go into the game. And that's not something that we do from the beginning of the game, but from there we would do it from the beginning of the game. No, then still we need to do that twice, because based on yeah, it's based on the save game. Whatever difficulty you have, that is what needs to be loaded in. Oh my god, I hope this is still somewhat like clear of what I'm trying to do. I hope, because it's not for me. Because this is only something that happened for the for the translation stuff. But that's why it's good to do this right now. Language. I don't think we need to. I made those two just to test something out, but I don't think we need to do that anymore. So now another thing that needs to be fixed is that splash screen. We need this little timer. We're gonna place that just here or outside. For now, we will place it there. So we have a little timer. So once we boot up the game, we will go to the first thing that you need to do is go to the splash screen. That will load up the setup, and here check if there are save files, and or if this is the first time the game is being loaded. If first time, prompt menu options to set up UI access game stuff. So in the end, we might end up with a splash screen, and that's just very short, maybe just a tiny logo for a second. Based on that, we know, are the save files yes or no. If this is the first time you boot it up, you will get like a new menu option to set up some stuff. But that's just for later. That's just a nice to have. But what's important here is that on start of the layout, we do load these things in so that those are all loaded in before we actually pop up a menu or need like stuff from there. And a language might be used somewhere else again. So that's there, that's fine. We don't need this here. If I remove this, it still exists, right? It's there on the system, right? So from here, we just load it up. The only thing that we need to make sure is that if we move away from this layout, we need to know for sure that those XML files are like loaded in. And this is kind of like the tricky part. A part that I don't like. Is that the only way to do that is by creating that timer and just setting the timer like, okay, 1 second. We need to, yeah, like a like a safety measurement. Like, okay, once the timer is done, go to the main menu. I don't like this because it might take longer than 0.5, but I don't have like a better way to know for sure that everything is set up. Holy moly. Nope, not the previous. Go to layout. And now we actually go to the main menu. And what I want to do right now is the debug on R pressed, game state to start. Well, we could go to the main menu, but let's just have two things. Let's have two. One that goes to the main menu and the other one to the splash screen, because we should just go. Maybe this should just be escape. Like if we press escape, we will just go to the main menu. Later, that's just gonna be the pause menu. So we don't need this. We can remove this again and set this to R. That's just a complete reset of the game. Ooh. Now I need to make sure that on the main menu. So now, if everything is working, we don't actually need that timer anymore because everything has been loaded in. That's why I didn't like that timer there, because everything should be loaded in and not be on chance. And the timer, we will get a feel if this is correct. I hope that a player is able to wait for like a second during the splash screen. We show like a little logo there and just the sound, and that's it. So no idea what's gonna happen now. No idea. This is sort of good. This was expected. Because if I check the Ajax, it has loaded in the language, the English version, which is correct. And it's not showing anything because that is due to whatever is happening here, like the error that I made here. So if I disable that or enable this again, this comparison is fucked up. That's my guess. So let's go to the splash screen. Play it again. There we are in the menu. Now we do know, because of that, for each loop that we do have the translated stuff in there. Let's disable that one just to make sure. Splash screen, debug. Then we're there. And we get like all the options in multiple times though, like a lot of times. But that is because of the for each entry, I guess. Just to check out for each entry. Maybe this is better. For the testing, well, let's leave that there. Oh. Let's do it again with the clean console. Why is it doing so many times? That's maybe because it's also is it pooping out language 0 and 1 somewhere? Oh, yeah, because I'm also doing this. Let's disable this one. See, that's the problem that or that's the thing that I said. Well, because we had so many like console outputs, it is just gonna show that like almost everywhere. Oh, I know why it's so fucked up. Because the translate is called for every menu option, so for every menu option it's gonna go through that for each loop again. And that's why you see like multiple of them. I guess you see it like 5 times. It's gonna do that 5 times for each loop. That, I think that's, yes, that kind of adds up, like difficulty 1, 2. No, I see it more. Why does it say SIP? Who's saying SIP? Oh. I don't know. Who's doing that? I think this is gonna take 5 hours. Look. Listen. So now the biggest problem is this comparison where, look, we know the XML is loaded in because we do get these options. we do get that info from the language file. But the comparison is messy. Let's just do this one. And it's kind of weird though that it is not doing that. It is not even doing... Is it not even doing like the else? Because it's not putting in just the original value. It's not even translating it. So why wouldn't it do that? Let's just do this. Sub language difficulty. Who's saying sub, man? That's annoying. For each entry. Let's just disable a couple. I don't think that's no longer needed over there. Clear the search. What I'm gonna do is poop out the function power one on the else loop. And then the function power one to see what it actually does now. Nothing at all. So with this else loop, it is also not... Is that doing something? It is doing the translate. So that's a weird one. Like the comparison is working, but it's not sending out any text at all. So if I do this and return value and say poo, poo poo, everything is poo poo. So what does that tell me? That there's a lot of poo poo going on right now. So the else loop, this is working, but it's not returning the correct value. Is that? It's just not returning the correct value? Yeah, because otherwise it would actually say something here. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, good. Well, no. It's not necessarily good. It was returning a value that's in the XML setup, and we need to return a value that's in XML language. Still, it isn't. Oh no! What? Ooh. Let's disable one of them. Let's go over this. XML language setup, language type. That's already fucked up. That's not correct. Did I just not? Oh. 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 Of course this didn't work. Oh. Good. Good. Good, good, good. Working as intended. Okay, so let's briefly go over what I did wrong. I changed. I need to check back the. Oh yeah, I duplicated it. What I did. Oh no, I did change that though. So let's just delete that. First of all, I didn't change the XML language to from setup, and also there was another typo in there that said setup in front, so it was just not pulling like the correct value from there. So that's another problem. The other problem, so that was just a stupid mistake. That was an idiotic mistake. That's my fault. The other problem is how we had set it up was probably working, but still there was an issue with loading in that XML file and then having built that menu. And at some point I had to make that splash screen anyway, so this was a good time. That's something that needs to be reworked later, you know, because it needs to load in like the save data, and from there on you need to actually have like the language settings and whatever. So we had to do this anyway, that the XML was loaded before going into the menu, because otherwise we had that weird timing here with like wait for 1 second, right? Let's just do this and remove that, do that and place that in debug. So we had to do that anyway. That was not properly working. So there were just a multitude of problems there. We can remove that change over there as well. So now the only problem is that if we change the language would only be changed whenever we reset the game. No, in the end, that's gonna be in the options menu, and if you go back, then we load in that XML for that thing. So there are a couple things that we still need to do there, but that's not important for now. What's important though, it is working, and we had. Okay, I keep repeating myself. I think this timer needs to change when timer needs to change. Maybe yeah. We need to set this up from the beginning, and we need to check if like there's a save file. Right, so we had to build something like this anyway, because there's gonna be another layout where you select the save game. There's more stuff that happens before the main menu. So when you get in the main menu, everything is loaded. It's fine, you know. That's why we don't have the timer, and we can just build a menu, because all the data is now in the game. And also all the stuff that we need for the language is in the game. Good. That's fine. Menu. The translate stuff is working. So from this, for now, we will just stick with English, because I'm not gonna mess around too much. The functionality is there to translate stuff. Let's just test it out. If we say Dutch here, sadly we're not able to do that from the XML now, because I will just say English, and that's only working. No, we can't do for the main menu because we don't have. What exactly are you doing? Yeah, so that's kind of like fucked up. Like Dutch language moeilijkheidsgraad is just longer than that. So we can place that there. Engels, Nederlands, Engels, Nederlands, Engels, Nederlands. Normaal, gemakkelijk, moeilijk, pittig. Sluit. And that is still working. Begin the game. Then we're in the game. Good. Let's change that back to English. So the functionality is there. That's it. I am only able to change the menu options if I press left and right. So let's fix that as well. Do I still need this? No. Let's just remove it because I just said everything is working. So, you know, don't need it. Don't need that browser thing anymore. I don't need that text anymore. Left and right. Am I gonna make the OR block right now? Here's left and right. Let's just make it so that that's a lot of stuff that's happening if you press left or right. And left, I think for making the left and right movement or changing the options to work is simply by doing this, because left and right changing the option was working, but the only part I was missing was the translation part and set in the text. So if I press right now, it should say Dutch English. No, easy. Let's go easy. I press left, then it should go to the last option on the list. That's hard. Never press right, it should go to the first option on the list. That's easy. Never press right again, it's normal. Hard. Press left is normal, hard. So that's working. Now, what I'm gonna do is test out if I can make an OR block. So let's just copy this one. Make this an OR block. Yes, that was efficient. And from there, what are we gonna do? We will have a small check again if it's either left or right. It will make sense in a bit. This was for right and minus is for left. And that's the thing that's the only other thing that we need to do. For the left. And for right, we have that one. Is that truly it? Yeah, I think it is. Because we have this OR block left or right. Then we can compare again. If it's right, do this, and left, do this. But like, right. That can go, because that's what we do here. Oh, change right. No, that's something that we actually removed. If we still need this, we could call a function param. Just send along like the first parameter. Let's just disable that. And I think like in all the stuff here, like setting the dictionary and setting the font, we don't have to know if we press left or right. So if I do that and disable these two, disable, save it, test it. So now it's working for that. Why I did that again, because otherwise we would have like a duplicate of this and this. And if we have like the left and right like separate and we change one thing, we also need to change it in the other. So, and now we are using less events in the project, which is kind of nice. So it was working. Just to be sure, let's test it out again. Just we're changing stuff in the game data, and it's language and the difficulty. Just holding a button, that works. Sometimes I saw it kind of flip out a little bit. Why? Sometimes I see it with heart, but I don't see. Maybe it's just me pressing like. Yeah, maybe I just press it a little bit like too quick, but I don't see it like messing up or anyway. Just a small test. If I move down and move left, it works. If I move this one to the right, it all seems to work. What I was testing, if it's not kind of messing up, like getting the sub, like which sub option we're currently on, and some it could mess up if you move up and change something and move down and change something. But it seems to, I don't see like a problem right now. So let's just delete this. I think it works. And save it. So now this is also a little bit more like readable again. We don't need that anymore, because yesterday we had like the chains over here, but that was not needed. That was not needed. It should be. It is all located here. So in the end, this is what we have to change sub options. Right. I am gonna get a cup of tea and I will be right back. Be right back. Miami.
Miami.
Same for amnesia. I don't know what happens.
If you go like into if you open console,
Yeah.
you type in server info,
Server info.
then it will show you the name of the server.
Alright. Instagib.info, and then between like the stars like Vestriel, the longest yard, FFA. That's the one. It's licking the loadout thing. Not the loadout. What was it called again?
Do you lick the loadout screen?
No.
What?
You lick the card. Like what do you push? Like the pushing thing. The pushy card.
What, you're licking and
No,
pushing things?
no.
What's happening now?
What?
You lick the pussy card? What?
What kind of code are you talking in, man?
This is a close up. I can't get closer though. Like, listen. Well, that is funny. Very nice. Very nice.
Any doubt?
You know, that went well. No, that's not me though.
Detected in your AO.
Eugene lost. Best play. Well. Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't really agree with that best play, but it's a good play. Shooty shooty bang bang. I'm fine with it. That's I Stromkabel's cover was like 42 in the 90s.
40 in the 90s.
What?
Yeah, you're a boomer.
Yeah, totally. I understand. I understand.
Approaching PONO.
I do. It's different. Where do we? Chaos. I think we have to go. Yeah. I think we. Oh man.
What do you mean losing B?
Oh, someone said losing B.
Enemy counter spy plane in.
You know, no. I'm alive. Oh, hello. Oh shit, what? Hello, I'm back. I got a tiny Kit Kat. I don't like the mini candy. I don't like it. It's kind of good for the portions, so that you don't eat like a whole Kit Kat. But I don't like the. I don't like all the wrappings. It's too much. Too much. It's not good. Not good for the environment. Never gonna buy it again. Oh man, whew, that menu stuff. That was a silly mistake. That was a silly mistake, but also I think maybe that was the first time for building this prototype that I was kind of like, why is it not working? It's kind of good. It had to happen at some point, right? It had to happen at some point. Yeah. I could add a tag to the stream called speedrun or 100%. What is fiber art? Do you make art with oats? Charity. I'm a charity case. Role play. I'm always role playing. Do some painting. Someday. I'm dreading the moment when I need to do pixel art on the stream. I'm dreading it. A challenge run. It's a challenge like the game development. To spirit. What's the tag? I'm just going over the tags in OBS and Twitch. VR. I don't know, man. The whole Earth thing is we all live in a simulation. Fan art. I'm gonna make my own fan art. No. Glasswork. Really? Mode zombies. I feel like a zombie. Papercraft. That's cool. Balance training. Oh man. Sometimes, speaking of balance training, sometimes we get like a health check at work, and one of the things that you need to do is stand on like a mat and you know, spread your arms, kind of like a T pose, and then move one leg up, so it's kind of like a flamingo stance. And I think we need to close our eyes, and it's kind of to check like how's your balance, and they time it. And this is gonna sound a little bit like a brag, but I always need to ask, like, do you want me to continue, or can I stop now after like a couple minutes? Like, do you have enough data now? Because I have a good balance. I have a good balance. I know, that's a flex. Not a weird flex. It's a flex I'm very happy about. I don't know how my balance is right now though, but look, the question already, like, do you want me to stop? Is a little bit a flex. Do you want me to stop, or should I set a world record right now? I know. Keycaps. Stand-up comedy. That sounds horrifying. Improv sounds horrifying as well. Golf. Could you stream golf? Is it possible? Oh man, that would be kind of rad if you have a drone and have that feed to Twitch, and you like a drone will follow you around during golf. That's your camera. That's kind of cool. Could you do that? Programming. Real. The weird thing is, like, there's no on the list. There's still a little thing on the list like level design, and there it ends. There's no tag for Construct 2, which is a shame. A real shame. Right. I have my tea. I just have one little snack. It just needs a small break. Let's move over to this, though, while I'm eating a tiny bros. Oh shit. We need to do the inventory stuff. Yes. don't be too excited about the inventory stuff. Listen. Once all that inventory stuff is like done, when we feel it's done, there's gonna be more. But it's kind of good to get it out of the way. Hey, Ice Corner. The Legend of Horizon Breath of the Danger continues. Oh, for sure. Speaking of Horizon Danger, I don't know if people were kidding, but it's about the Facebook and the report that Facebook, wants to change their name as a company. Not like the platform Facebook is not gonna change the name. But I don't know if people were kidding, but they were saying that Facebook will be called Horizon. And I don't know how to feel about that. And I will tell you why. It's funny. And funny in like a bad way, but let's just make it funny. Because Horizon Danger started out as a cyberpunk-esque type of game, and there's still some cyberpunk stuff in there, but it's not like the main thing. Like if you have a game called Cyberpunk or has like a team Cyberpunk, you need to deal with like mega corporations, then it's Cyberpunk. And of course there's more about Cyberpunk, just the mega corporations, but there needs to be an element of that, because that is Cyberpunk. You can't just have a game with punks in it and then call it Cyberpunk or Cyberpunk-esque themed. And mega corporations is just like one of the like bigger elements of something being Cyberpunk. But the game started out with a team. I've gone, yep, it can't just be sci-fi and where it rains all the time. Indeed, it just can't be that. It just can't be, oh, this is sci-fi, this is future stuff, rainy bit. Oh, this is Blade Runner, and this is Cyberpunk. It doesn't work like that. So the game started out with that, and the title is like Horizon Danger, and to me, like Horizon Danger, that kind of like is about, there's like danger on the horizon, but also the idea was that the things like why there's a danger because of like a mega corporation called Horizon, and it's about like people kind of like sort of escaping Earth to find like a better place. And one of the ships where the humans are on, it was called initially Horizon 1. and one of the first like games that I showcased or prototypes. It was more about like on that ship. It wasn't even about humans, but it was more like there was a skeleton crew that actually consisted of skeletons, and those were just connected with VR. And now that I talk about it, it's becoming more funnier. So those were on the ship, and it was more about like skeletons dropping down on planets and destroying like the planets because they were just in that mode. I'm butchering like the story, but that was kind of like the first idea of like why you were fighting in a mech suit. In the beginning, it wasn't controlled by humans, but more by dead people, by a certain system. And the ship was called Horizon 1. So in the menu, it was kind of like you would see the ship layout, like the crew corridors, and where like the mechs actually like drop down from, or like teleported to like a planet. So you would see like the ship layout was kind of like, okay, you select a player and then do this and this and this, and that was based on kind of like the ship layout. And you would see like a ship scan in kind of like the pixel art, and selecting players was more like the systems turning on. So you would see like the terminals popping on and seeing skeletons behind it. But back to the Facebook stuff. So it was all about like, okay, there was this company called Horizon that just sort of kind of like a similar Skynet stuff. But those had like big ships with, the drones and whatever. But an element of it was like a mega corporation fucking stuff up. And also VR played like a role in it. So now it's kind of funny how the game is called Horizon Danger, and that story stuff is not really like in there, maybe to some extent. But now it's funny how apparently Facebook is renaming itself to Horizon, doing stuff with the multiverse or whatever the fuck they're calling that VR stuff. And just, also fucking up the world. It's kind of funny. But in the end, I don't mind it. What I do see the problem is that in 2013, like Horizon using that term, not a lot of games and movies use Horizon as a thing to describe something, and it just happened more in the last 4 years or so. And of course in 2013 you had like Forza Horizon, but there weren't many games that started out with Horizon. That's why I picked out like Horizon Danger. And to me, the thing that kind of bums me out, and that is why I was also bummed out by Horizon Zero Dawn, is more that I can just say like I was here first with this name, because all their products use Horizon as well, and it's just like a general term. To me, like I don't care about that. The only worry is for me is that if the product is called Horizon Danger and there are more products coming out that are also called similarly to that, what I don't want to have is that at some point I wake up in the morning with a inbox full of emails with complaints like that I need to change the name of the game. That's kind of like the thing in my mind, because everything is so connected to the title name, and I've been trying to think about like a different title in case that happens, but I can't. But yeah, it's, for example, like if I release the game, like not a lot of people will play it, but I just hope that I don't get like an email from Facebook. I know that's not gonna happen, but I just don't want to have like an email, we're using this name, you're not allowed to do it. And similarly, to me, that was also like with Horizon Zero Dawn, like you use that name, and there might be like confusion about, is this actually from that? And that confusion could actually happen because I was hoping that the sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn would be called Horizon Zero Dawn something something instead of Horizon Forbidden West. So even Corellia is sticking to Horizon as the first word in the title and then change it up. So Horizon Danger could be seen, it won't be seen like that, but that just in my mind could be seen as like, is this part of that? It would have been nice if they stuck with Horizon Zero Dawn and then that, and then Forbidden West instead of Horizon Forbidden West. So that kind of fucks off with everything or quite a few things up. I've gone, I can't wait for Horizon Forward Until Dawn. I will share it on my Horizon page, but I will have to wait because I'm seeing a reboot of Event Horizon in theaters. I would have loved to watch it at home, but my Sicko Horizon media box had a defect. Anyway, what game are you working on? Scaffa, something original? Yes, very original. Love it. Hey Siri. Fantastic. I hate it. The thing is that I could come up with a different name, but it's so difficult. It's a name that I've been using since 2013. And even before that. I can't imagine a different name. I've tried here and there, but it's so difficult to let go of that. And I'm very stubborn when it comes to that. So yeah, fuck it. Oh man, what is that today? I love what is happening in the chat. Hope everybody is having a nice weekend. I'm having a chill Saturday, man. I do have to be honest that going on a run in the morning, late in the morning, I am so much in a chill mode, kind of like zoning out here and there. Splash screen. What I'm gonna do, let's check if we can fix that stuff. Why is the playlist? Let's move here. It's a huge playlist, but I feel that the playlist is always just repeating the same songs. Do I need to shuffle it or something? It's a like a playlist of 200, almost 300 songs, but and it's 11 hours, but I feel I'm always hearing the same type of songs. See, it sounds like the perfect weekend vibe. Oh, for sure. Doing nothing, doing a little bit, and then doing nothing, and eating chocolate. Listen, I only ate like a mini Kit Kat and a mini Bros. That's it. And yesterday evening, I had maybe 4 or 5 mini chocolates, and that's it. The bag is still... There's still chocolate. I have 2 bags, though. You're very proud. Good. So, what we fixed is that the language is like loaded in separately. What I want to do is maybe move over to the game just a tiny bit, and then depending on the time, make a start for the inventory just to see like how that works. And we do need to do a couple of things to, you know, once you're in the game, to pull up like a menu, stuff needs to happen. Like the control input and all that stuff. But for now, what I kind of want to do is... where's the game? I lost the game. So when we're in a menu, look at this menu. I will change the font later. You know what? Let's just put that in there. general font change to own font. I got a couple of fonts that I made on the drive. Not gonna do that now. Menu is working. Not gonna bother with the sound stuff. It would be nice to have some input. But I want to postpone it, like the sound effects and the art itself. Look at this menu. So the thing that I want to do, we're not gonna make use of easy and hard and normal. Is this working? Left is hard, right is easy, right is normal. That's correct. What I want to do is, for the difficulty, I already set it up that if we set up a different difficulty from that menu, that that first enemy that's being spawned, let's go here, that instead of having that max health here, let's show it here, max health, that we have health for either the medium and normal. So medium and normal. Listen to me, man. Hard and normal. So yeah, we have that set up. Kind of want to figure that out. It shouldn't. Never say it shouldn't take that much time. Never say it. That's my tip. But I want to have a list of stats for each enemy type. So maybe, what's the enemy that we're actually loading in? The goblin. That's just manually. Sounds like a tip for life. Oh yeah, never say it's not gonna take that much time. So what I want is a stat list for normal and hard. How would I do that? So the stat wouldn't be here anymore, but we might have to do that here. Could I do stat and a hard? Can I do like the difficulty type stats? Could I do this? Stats ID is for example like normal, and have that there, and a stats, and then have, that's gonna confuse the hell out of everything. I do like using the entry for, like, hey, this is just an entry for it. Is that needed? Not necessarily. Well, I could do like an ID and a max health and then put it in there. Like ID max health. No, I can't. Like, how many stats are we actually getting? What I could do is also just put in like max health here. That might even be the best option. So it's gonna turn into like a long list, because there's of course like other stat values that need to be stored. For example, like the starting state, maybe like the movement speed, defense, attack power, attack speed. So we get like a whole list, but I think we can format that in the proper way, and it would be easier to then we just have like two of them, like a stat ID normal and started ID hard, so we get like a little bit more. And as I said like earlier in the stream, what I don't want to do, that is of course like the easiest option, that we could have something like a comparison where like health on hard is multiplied by 1.5 or something, but I feel like I want to customize it a little bit better so that it's not just so that hard difficulty is just not a matter of like, okay, now health is double and that's it, and they deal more damage. Maybe just give them more health, and each enemy, maybe it would be a little bit boring if just all the enemies get 1.5 more health and that's it. Maybe a boss gets just way more health on hard, but normal enemies just a little bit lower, and it kind of moves up depending on like the area. So yeah, let's try this out. So I do have like these stats ID, normal and hard. Do I need to? Well, it's probably gonna be almost like the same thing, right? Let's do this done and test it out. So instead of like enemy type, we will get type ID enemy type. So that is how we are able to do this. This is not gonna work out because we're not spawning the Robo Dino. Sadly, we're not spawning the Robo Dino. We could spawn a Robo Dino. But we have the Goblin right now. I was going to, do you take difficulty into consideration at the start of designing, or does it get adjusted over time? I think you just use the normal as a baseline, but for now, because you're building the system, it would already be nice to think about like, how are we gonna manage the difficulty, and so that it's already like implemented, and just more like a matter of, okay, now we set it too hard, then test it out if that works. But I do feel for the prototype itself, once we go to the enemies and like the combat, you just stick with normal, and that's the baseline, and feel how that is. But for now, yes. So yeah, you take it in consideration, but not really much. You just have that baseline. Kind of what you normally have is kind of boring to say, but you have that vertical slice. Like, okay, this is something that happens in between like the game, and that's like a good indication of like how the game plays. Kind of like a baseline, like not the vertical slice, but yeah, let's call it a baseline. Normal baseline. That's what most people will play. Start from there, see how that feels, and then adjust the hard difficulty accordingly. But for now, because we're building the systems and the functionality, it's already good to take that into account. Because I don't know, depends on. Good question though. Good question. It depends on what the function is of the prototype. Would I do this if, for example, someone said like, hey, you need to pitch a game in a month and you need to be quick about it? Then I wouldn't mess around with it. If it's just a prototype to show, hey, this is an idea of a game, that's fine. But I'm like me personally, I'm already taking an extra step to make the prototype feel and the functionality to be more kind of like what it actually should end up being. As this whole thing that we're building could have done be much simpler and nastier and dirtier, and I don't want to have it too dirty. I hope that kind of answers that question. Good question though. To me, it's already like at some point you do want to fuck around with it, like the difficulty. So why not at least take it into account when you build it? So we got like the data, the enemy, the type, and then the max health. And something needs to change here though, because we need to go one deeper, and that's the stats with an ID. And for now, I'm just gonna say hard and then add max health. So we say stats. Stats ID with heart and then maximum health. That's whatever is in here. And that's might work. So normally we would say the dictionary here. Let's just say the dictionary. The dictionary and then the game data dot get difficulty. So based on the difficulty, it should get the health. So in this case, I think the game is set to hard. We'll see that in options. So that means it should have like 100 health. And that's the only thing that I want to test out to see if that is working. Deeper, please. I don't know why that button is so finicky sometimes. So it's in hard. So when the goblin spawns, it should say I need to change the button input because I don't know why I was pressing E instead of the left arrow. Again, left arrow, don't use the left arrow for accept and cancel. Don't, was making the same mistake as yesterday. So hard, 100, let's escape. And I think with how we set it up, this should already work. That's fantastic. I love it. That's fantastic. That's good. That's good. I'm just pressing escape. I can set the difficulty from here. Then just boot up the game again. And then it's there. So you could just add a new row. And that means that we could implement more difficulty levels later on. And yeah, that's the only thing. So each enemy will just get like several stat rows where everything is located. And from here you could just say what like the walking speed is, like have like a whole list of things. And I think we might, for like readability, maybe like, should this work? Maybe, I don't know. This works. This works. And the nice thing, I was thinking like, okay, what if in a game you have the menu as well? Like you just wanna, like, this is too difficult, right? And you change the option. I think at some point, that's difficult though. At some point you might be able to just say, even in game, you might be able to change like the difficulty setting, but then just with like a reminder, hey, this only happens when you enter like a new area, but for now, like all the enemies are more difficult, or you kind of repopulate. There could be a system that says like, okay, this fight is too difficult, change the difficulty, and then check the health and set all the settings. Might be possible. Might be possible. Might be. Let's check if the easy thing is working as well. So just say 25 right now. Like, do you need this for a prototype? No. Definitely not. You don't need this. But now we don't have to do that anymore. Health 25. Love it. Am I gonna build the inventory now? I think like the menu stuff might be boring to watch, but we need to build the inventory. We might have to build it. Yes. We need to do it. We need to build the inventory. I need to be able to select items. Oh my god, that's gonna be... Yes, let's build it, because otherwise I will just... Otherwise I will just like ignore it and don't do it at all. So the build one is the one that we are not actually using. So let's... What button did I use to pause the game? I need to pull up the controls. That's one. That's the one here. So control player, we will get a new function. That's control inventory. So it's a, you know, it's sort of game related. It's sort of game related. And we will get this one though. The pressed, and then I'll just copy these, place them under there. With the inventory stuff, I will try my best to... the idea is to have like a real as inventory like Zelda. Where you just have like the single, like the icons on a row, and you can select them, and basically that's it. That's the inventory. That's the inventory that we're building. So press like up, down, left, right, accept and cancel. We do need start and select. That's something that we didn't do for the control player. Because I think we will build it that once you're in the game and you press start or select, I think select will go to the map, and start will go to the inventory. But I like that menu in Ocarina of Time, you know, the one where I'm not gonna build like in the same visual style where you go, you get the inventory, and then you get like, you know, that block where one of them is like the map and the right one is something else. I don't know. What's the... That's maybe also like the settings. So we're gonna build something where when we go press start to the inventory, we're able to switch to the map or switch to the settings. But start will just go to the inventory. And I think what I will do is that if you press select, you will just get the map from the get-go. And then also from there, you could move left or right to go map, inventory, options, and otherwise we'll start at inventory, I think. Or we get like just a different menu when you press select. But for now, I don't know if we get something else that we need to pull up like during the game, like some sort of interface when we press select. But this will go to the inventory. That does mean that I need to have another button set up in setup. I think that language stuff could be removed now though. So for control, we have like the player. We do have start and select, and I think that was set and X. And we also have a setup for the game, for the menu. I think that's set and X. Let's just test it out if that's true though. Browser, log, start. Select. Let's boot up the game. See, it's kind of weird how every time we test out that you have to go to the splash screen. But you know, I'd rather have it set up like this than immediately go to the game itself. It's just, I think it's just better. It's for testing a little bit annoying, but it's just only 2 seconds longer. So if we pull up like the debug or the console. Is it start and select? What did I use for start and select? Q and E, right? Sure, Q and E. Q start, E select. Someday I will change it. Start select. So once we do this, we're gonna call a function in the inventory. And let me move this over here. Because well, not for now though, but inventory initialize is initializing the inventory. When do we actually call this? Did we ever add and subtract? That's gonna kind of fuck it up because this is, I should not touch this inventory. Why not? Because that's also for adding and subtracting items. And I don't want to have the functionality of the UI, the inventory. Like it might need that inventory here. But let's just build a new function. It could be inventory menu. Let's do something simple right now. I don't like that name. Inv menu, inventory menu, and initialize. So what a bad name. I'm getting better with the naming, but it's not that like how I would do it. Let's do that because this is gonna make sure that once we do this, let's remove these two because I know it's Q and E. Q. And E. I know that once we pull that up during the initialization, we need to change our control scheme or control state so that we no longer control the player. That's why you build it like that. And that function is like control setup player. So we do that. What I kind of like now, and it's starting to become a little bit more complicated, but there's a lot of stuff with it that we built in the last couple of days, and now there's way more that we need to build. But now you kind of see like how certain systems start to connect, and like, oh right, that is why we actually need this. So let's do that. And I kind of like that effect where it all starts to connect and starts to move together, and I like that. So here, once we do this, we could call this we might just be able to in-game menu. Would it be different than that? Like the map and the inventory, would it have the same functionality? Kinda. I don't know. I don't have like a in-game menu. I'm just gonna call this inventory. This could have been done in a better way without having to select or without having to do control and then constantly like the ID of like the player or inventory. This is a little bit silly. We could have set ID control and then type and then simply do inventory. Maybe I will fix that. Maybe I will fix that. Inventory key control player. Oh, is that why we... Well, that could also have been placed over there. Why key control? Ah, that's the function that you call. Control. Wait, what? Control inventory. See, that's the function that we call. Control inventory for this. This is set up in a wrong way. We do have like the up, down, left, right, start, select, primary and secondary. So because it's a menu, let's just make it so that it says accept and cancel. Because we only accept publicly accept stuff, and when we cancel out, we exit a menu. Yeah, like control the value that could have been placed all in here. This, and then we could remove like all the inventory stuff there. You know, I'm gonna take a note of that. I'm not gonna fix that right now. Fix control state states in and setup. Change how the data is pulled from the XML. Remove ID. It's not an issue, but it's kind of like cumbersome because we will. Chances are there's not a ton of different control states that we have right now. But you might end up with a different one for the map. There might be a different one for the menu in a game, but I don't think so, because at that point we could just use that control scheme. So one thing that I want to talk about, and I might have forgotten to talk about it before. The nice thing that we're doing right now with the control states as well, as I said in the early of the stream, I kind of like how we're diverging away from the Zelda template. We're still pick and choose like things from there. I do think I have an idea for the theme of the game, but let's just say why this is kind of nice and how this is set up. It feels like too much. But let's say you, in Zelda, you got Navi. What if you want to take control of Navi in the game? With how this is set up. Hey Stroomkabel, how are you doing? Working on the VR stuff. The nice thing is how we set it up. It would become easier to take control of things in the world itself. And that's kind of cool. So it's not, let's say, hard-coded, or it's not like dynamic enough. So we could make a control state for a different character or an object in the game. So that could be cool. Can you make Navi shut the fuck up? Already better than Zelda. We could make a sound volume for Navi if you want to. See, that's a nice thing. A good question. That's a nice thing, like how we set everything up. Of course we could see, I could add a Navi volume in here going from 1 to 10, so it's all good, it's all set up. If we want that option, we can do it. Stroomkabel pretty good, got home from the gym, probably gonna play a game, not sure yet what game though. Maybe Bloodborne. Ooh, Bloodborne. It's a shame that still there's no info about that Bloodborne, if that's ever gonna happen, like the 60 FPS stuff. It's a shame. It's a shame. So control change player. That should be inventory. And enemy during any enemies player and projectiles should be frozen. Time scale is 0 and not active. Yeah, so what we're gonna do for the menu, the inventory, that's of course like an option or like a choice that you could do. Let's pull up just this one, or we do have the game. So let's say we're in a game and we want to go to the inventory. There are multiple ways. Two of them. Either we make the inventory on top of this, or we go to a new layout where the inventory stuff happens. There are a couple pros and cons. Once we do it in the game, we can just, that's the game state, and you can always pull up the inventory, and that's that. We don't need a separate layout to know where we go to. A con is that we do have inventory code running while we're in a game. We're using a function, so that's, I think we got it pretty covered, but you need to think like, okay, so if it's not a separate layout, that means that event sheet where all that stuff is taking place is also, approachable from the game itself. And maybe, it's requiring a little bit more like CPU usage, because the inventory also, takes place during the game itself. The other option with having a separate layout is that nothing from the game is running, and solely we can say in that layout we have that event sheet over there for that inventory to build that menu structure. The biggest con for that is that going from the inventory or from in-game, let's just, okay, we're fighting a boss and enemies and projectiles, going to a different layout, we would have to save, kind of like the save state, we would have to save like everything that's going on that layout, because when we go back, we shouldn't, as the player, have that idea that something is missing. So that's just not the way to go, unless your inventory is only accessible at certain points within the game. But no, that's not what we have. That's not what we want. We want it to be accessible from almost anytime, anywhere. So it needs to be put on here, and that's how we're gonna do it. So once we press start, we need to make sure that everything that could move needs to stop. Also, maybe animations, or we just overlay something, but enemies and the player shouldn't be able to move once we're in the inventory. That should just suck. Stroomkabel Bloodborne 2 has been announced, but getting a PC port. I don't think that's the case, Stroomkabel, unless they announced it between now and 3 hours ago. But no, they didn't announce like a Bloodborne 2. They are rather fake, or they don't say anything about it. And the remaster stuff, there was a couple rumors, yes, but that's not announced. The thing is like that those rumors for like a remaster or like a 60 FPS patch has been like running around like for 2 years now or so. chances are actually that it might not happen. That's more likely now. It's similar, somewhat in the vein as the like the Metroid Prime remaster. So yeah, we need to like we'll probably set like this time scale of animations and enemies to not active. That needs to happen here, but right now that doesn't matter because we don't have a ton of things to do. And either you know, the thing that is already taken care of is that during the initialization that we change the control state to inventory, and that calls like a different function, so we are not able to use like a primary and a secondary weapon and walk around. So that's already taken care of. And I don't care if like the time scale is not set to something of the player. So what does need to be done here though, let's see, event sheets. Let's check the object types. Game. Let's just make an. I would love that 60 FPS parts would come out though. Would love it. Of Bloodborne. Like it's running a little bit better on the PlayStation 5, but just the idea of like 60 FPS Bloodborne would be fantastic. So I'm not gonna focus on making like a background. Like that would just be a black background once you press start. The control state, if we change that, that goes here. Control setup. That should be placed like a little bit more like up because it's an important thing. And now we have like control menu, control inventory. So once we call control, it sets a key in game data control state to inventory and clear, and now we built a control. So let's just test it out, and the test is just gonna be very simple. That if we are in here, press Q, we are not able to move anymore, and the game data should say inventory. And let's go to the controls, to inventory. That means that this is now active, and what I'm gonna do is maybe do this in and out, and I will call one like navigate, and basically copy and paste that here. And I'm gonna do a little bit of a debug. Now I could just say function param one and then here, and then do new inventory, just so that we know that it's working. So once we press like Q, do that, and let's just set it up as well. If we change the inventory here and then No, I don't want to put it on cancel, but what I want to do is start or select. So when I'm in the inventory and press like Q again, it should change the control setup to player again, and this should maybe yeah, I need to do this. Let's copy these here. So that should happen. So function, call function. Navigate, and This could be done. We could remove all of these. Do I dare? I dare. Because that's basically the same. Once we do this, it will call navigate function within inventory menu. That's this. In the console, we will get whatever we're pressing. That's one of these. If we press start or select, we will change the control setup to back to the player. This should also change the game state. I like it when I write that down and just think like, why wouldn't you do that just now then? Why wouldn't you do that? Do we have a function for the game state? That seems something that should be in here, right? I don't think we actually built something like that. On function, game state. Change. Set value. Game state. And we have that set up as well in one of the dictionaries. Game data, game state there. Yeah, that was the plan. I already added that so that we have that later on. So dic function, call function, set key, game data, game state. I don't know. Hey Reolink, how are you doing? Good to see you. So we need to do that at 2 separate locations for now. I think at some point I will look, we got a global variable game state, that's start, but that's something that should be stored in that dictionary because that's important for the save state as well. And we might build another key called also the previous game state, so that you can know okay, our previous game state was actually this and our new game state is actually that. That might come in handy at some point. Yeah, that might come in handy if there's... That might come in handy. Let's leave it at that. So what I want to do... just a small side step, because this is all important for the... This is all important for... chains. I don't like chains. Set and active. This is all important for the inventory as well. So here we call this game state, we will call the game state and we set it to active. So that means we can actually remove that one over there. Because the game state, it was, I think it was also changed somewhere else. That might have been in loading. Go to area 0 or in the main menu. No, that's the main game. Maybe here? Nope. It's fine. Is it fine though? No, not really. Not really. Let's go back to our inventory. Let's save what we have now. Because during the initialization in here, we should say that we're in the inventory. That's the game state inventory or in-game menu. Probably do that. It's maybe kind of like a safety thing to make sure, just to make sure that when the state of the game changes, like we know the inventory is open, but just so that we keep track of that. And that should be again to the active game state active. Is that actually like how I called it? We need to look into the game states. Not now. Menu manager. I hate this song. I said it yesterday. I can't remove. Why do I keep hearing for 300 songs? Why do I keep hearing the same song over and over again? It was active. That's such a stupid term. That's crazy. It's crazy because active, what, and a menu is also active. We're not using it right now, all that stuff, but it is important though. Inventory. So that should be active, and also for here. Let's just change that before we change the control setup. Already changed a couple of things, so let's just test it out. Splash screen. Let's play. Fuck you. It's a shame that the how would you call it? Like Construct, they no longer work on Construct 2 unless there's like a huge bug, but it's I don't know. They no longer work on it. It is even if you boot it up, it says like, hey, we started. There are no more bug fixes, and we only work on Construct 3 now right now. And it's a somewhat of a shame because I like Construct 2. I might like Construct 3 as well, but that requires like a yearly subscription or a monthly. And the thing that I don't like, I feel there are just before. Don't want to go on a tangent on this. During Construct 3, there was like a serious bug in Construct 2 where it would just freeze up. And me and a couple other people were helping a lot with like providing data on why it is locking up. It would just freeze up, and it would take a while until you gained like access to it again. And I did some work on it, and it's better, but it still freezes up. I don't like how they kind of left Construct 2. They did some work, and I understand like you need to leave it behind at some point. But it feels like it's working, but not kind of like a stable product, and I don't like that idea. Okay, so we got the menu. Press accept. Walk around. I press Q. Don't have control, which is working as intended. Game state is inventory. Control state is inventory. That's correct. I do want to have those two separate because the game state, the control state inventory might be used for other things as well during a different control state. And I should pull up the console as well. You saw me spamming there. So when we do this, accept cancel, so we are calling that function that we built for the inventory. And if I press Q and E right now, I have control again of the player. Fantastic. And if I press Q again, as that. Let's check the game data as well. Inventory, press, and that's active player. That's cool. So one thing that's important for this stuff, what I think is gonna happen is if we press start, we have kind of like an animation or like another fade in, fade out again. And then you get control back again, because now it's just gonna be like inventory, press start, ploop, gone. And that won't feel well. That won't feel well. It will feel good because it's fast, but it wouldn't fit. It would feel a little bit too, I don't know, too computery. I feel like it should play like a sound, have like an animation, quick though, but like, okay, menu, gone, and then back to the game. Now the biggest thing needs to happen, and that's like the inventory itself. How? Ow. Ow. Let's... Do I need to draw it out? No, not really. Not really. The thing that the thing that I kind of want is simply we have items that we can select for the primary and the secondary. Those will just be there, and now we might have like end up with the categories. I think it was Uitverkorene that said that, like weapons and gadgets. Like I have two different rows, weapons and then another gadgets. So the biggest question right now is more, are those just all within the same rows and columns, or are those two separate menus that you select from? Because I could see, I built something like similar before. We could see where you have the option of, okay, you got within the inventory, weapons, gadgets, and collectibles. You can first you select like up and down, you select which one you want, and then you press accept. Then then you're able to select weapons. And pressing B, you go back and have that ability to move between weapons, gadgets, and collectibles again. Why would you be able to select collectibles? We might maybe make something where you can scroll in the rows past the collectibles and have kind of like a description appear of, you know, some flavor text about like the collectibles. And the same deal would be also for the weapons and the gadgets and that stuff. So I think we might end up with something like that. We could have like everything in the same thing, but a problem might be where there are items, kind of like the collectibles, that are in that list, kind of like arrows or ammunition that are in that list that we can't select for primary and secondary, that we shouldn't be able to select. So we might add, if we make like a big rows and columns, like just one single grid, then we need to give feedback to the player. You can select this item and you can't select this item. This item is primary or secondary, and this item, you know, you can't select. So we need to make sure that you identify those items, because if you don't do that, then you have maybe like arrows that you can't actually select for the primary, and a player tries to press A and is like, why can't I select the arrows? Because I have my bow on secondary. So yeah, it's probably good to do that, and especially maybe I think we will add those. We will make those rows. Could the cursor change shape if you hover over an inappropriate item? We could do that, but I think I will do the selection by grid and not by a mouse pointer. Hey, Albekonjer, how are you doing? How's your weekend? You could do that. You could do that. You're playing some COD? Warzone? Are you playing Warzone? I think yeah, you said on the stream that you were gonna play Warzone. The new one is not out, right? Warzone, baby. Man, Warzone. We tried to play some Warzone on the stream. I panic. I suck in Warzone. So first I'm gonna focus on building just one grid. That's it for selectable items, and then the other stuff comes later. You're kind of addicted. Are you good at it? Like do you end up like first spot, or yeah, let's just start with the basic. Listen, my tendency is already like, if I build it, it needs to be as it needs to be. But I just need to start somewhere and then from there on build it further. But I always have the tendency like, okay, I need all of this and it should work right away. But for now, I need to start somewhere with the inventory. Really. Mostly 10 kills a game? What? Holy shit. I get killed 10 times during a game. That's how bad I am. It was a fun game though, Warzone. I enjoyed Warzone. I do think I'm a little bit better with more the Cold War, just the team deathmatch stuff. The Warzone, I don't know. We played with the Payment Stroomkabel and the Queenie. And boy. So, what I need is good names. What I need is a proper name for the inventory. Item sprite. Inventory item sprite. Love it. What I'm gonna do is guess what? 16 by 16. Nope, that should be there. Let's give it a lovely color. Love it. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do this, and then gonna select the lovely color. I don't like this. Yeah, that's better. Do this, do that. And didn't I make... Fuck me, man. That's terrible. Inf. Eco. Good. Fantastic. Look, man. It's 16 by 16. Menu, object layout, that should be here. Let's place it here. There we go. One of the things that I was thinking about hey, Enix Junior, Eonix Junior. Hello, thanks for the raid. How are you doing? And how is your weekend? So many questions. How was your stream? I am just trying to figure out how to build a inventory in Console 2. You're doing fine? Good to hear. We're all chilling out here, just having a chill out session, and I'm working busy on making some systems, some lovely functions, and well, let's go over this again. So if I press play, let's remove this. Ionix Junior, I'm streaming an app clone. It's a UI challenge to make interfaces in a mobile app. That's cool. And what do you use to make that stuff? So we do have that. Let's go to start. So what I want, press Q. Now the interface should appear like a black screen. Maybe I should just make the background for the inventory as well, so that we can kind of see it as a wall. And we might end up with just, not with a tiled background, but just an actual sprite that will fill up our screen. Ionix Junior, I saw your live streaming title and I got curious about that. We started out with trying to build a Zelda clone in Construct 2, but it's slowly starting to get, you know, into something else. And I started on Monday, and basically the goal is to make a game in the end, like have like a good prototype within a month. And I'm just building all the functionality right now, and I'm trying my best to, you know, avoid like jumping in a rabbit hole of like making the visuals and audio as well. So I'm just doing the boring stuff right now, like the UI stuff. So yeah, that's why it's just all blocky, so that once like most of it is working and we kind of like feel good about it, then, you know, make it look better. I'm trying to focus. I think that was too, I don't know, was that the resolution that I used? Maybe. Yeah, no problem. So you have a UI challenge. What's the challenge of the UI? Is that solely like making the interface for like a mobile app, like what it actually means to make that? Or do you have like a specific UI challenge, like you can only use this and this and this and this, or only this or that? So that should not be there. That needs to be probably on here. Did I make it 256? That's good. Let's give it a color so that we can actually see it. I wanna have like a, let's have a little bit of a different color so that we kind of know it's not just black. The thing right now though is, at some point I need to make a decision, and I need to make a decision about like the resolution that I actually use. We're using the 482 by 256, which already is like wrong. But I'm using that resolution just so that once we see it on the screen, kind of like this, that we do have like a good like pixel size that's similar as to like how the pixel size would look like on if you were playing like an NES game. But we might change that. I am almost inclined to do it in a different way, where the layout, like every screen is actually just 1080p, and now we maybe take the camera and zoom in. I don't know for sure. Yet. I don't know. It's a difficult one. Ionix, I choose a real app and replicate the UI only. I discuss about the challenges in each screen. That's cool. That's awesome that you do that. That's very cool. Making UI stuff, it's fun, but what a challenge. And replicating something, that's a good learning experience. That's a good experience. Like, yeah, right now I'm more thinking about like how can I make like a similar interface as like Link to the Past or the first Zelda or Link's Awakening. Just have like a similar like feel. So let's just rename this to inf, like the background. So during the initialization, the game is paused, and the top is not global. So we might spawn it on there because the UI is where the like the health stuff is displayed. For now, let's just do it. Let's just do it in here. We will create the inventory background on layer. I think top should be fine. There should be another. Nope. Am I gonna call it exit? No, I like just saying destroy because I do wanna destroy this background. No, why did you do that? Because the destroy is in there. So once that happens, once we exit out, we should destroy the menu as well. So I need to do this, and similar goes for select. In the end, select is not gonna exit out on the menu, but it might have to destroy stuff as well. So let's move that down there. So we create it at the top. If we exit out, destroy it. Let's just see if it works. Go to here, to here. Start it up. Move. Wonderful. Exit. There we go. We will make, again, we will make some like animations later on for this. That's fantastic. I love it. And like the animation styles, you know, that will be called from here. And also exiting out. Like this stuff will be tied into the fade in or the like the fade out, or like maybe some like an animation, so that this, once we get like proper view of the player again, then we do this. So another thing that we need to do is actually build the icons that we are gonna select. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Ionix. I don't think I mentioned that. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Also, by the way, thanks for the follow. Programmen do kon mij was a follow yesterday, but I forgot to have like the alert set up in this scene, so I didn't notice it. So we need to build the UI, and guess what? We're gonna get that data from the XML, like on how to build it and where to build it. Just thinking about the item sprites and the XML. We will do that not in the menu, but that language stuff we should be able to actually remove that. Just gonna do this inventory, and maybe have like the type again, and then so we have, yes, I'm already gonna do, I'm gonna set this up. Listen, I'm gonna set up the weapons. No idea what type of weapon we will get. Again, we're using Zelda as a basis, but that doesn't mean we're gonna end up with like the bows and the boomerangs and the hammers and stuff. But we will have weapons, gadgets, and we will have collectibles. Those are items that we can select but not set to our primary and secondary slot in from the menu. Now what I'm thinking though is that what we did here, wouldn't it be nice if, what if we like built like the weapons and then have, we don't necessarily have to accept and cancel. What if we for now we're focusing on a primary, secondary. We might use more buttons later, but I want to keep it as simple as possible. What if just pressing the button for the primary and the button for the secondary, that will just set up if you are gonna put that item in either primary or like the secondary slot. Otherwise, if we do something like an accept and a cancel, once we press on an item, a new a new thing needs to pop up that says like, hey, do you want to equip this? Yes or no. And I don't want that. We could do that, but that's too much. I just want to go, if you go into weapons and you press on let's say the gamepad on A, you set that item to the primary. If you press B, it sets it to the secondary. So we might actually change this. Yeah, we might actually change that because I don't see a reason why A should be accept, because that needs to pull up a menu and with the question like, is this for the primary or the secondary? No, it's already set to like a key. And that will make it a little bit easier. That will probably make it a little bit easier. So what I'm gonna do, I already made these just to shit, yes, you're right. I changed it. That will no. I'm saying that will probably make it easier. I'm using easier, not to say it's easy, but it's easier. So it's still difficult. But it's a little bit easier. Just a little bit easier. Just a tiny bit. That's why I say easier, not easy. That will make it easy, man. Whoop. And now it's done. So weapons, what I will do is just start out we're kind of use the same setup on how we built the menus, but now with sprites. And the only thing that I'm going to focus on is that we build weapons. But if weapons is working and we get a grid of icons, then that is also usable for gadgets. Right? Maybe? What I will do, I kind of like the idea of like using entry and then ID say entry this one and entry that. It's kind of funny what I'm doing now. It's kind of funny. I'm enjoying this. I can't say why this is funny, but it's kind of funny. We have the bow, we have the machine gun. What's another weapon? Sword. And grenades. It would have been nice if we actually had a team. So we could kind of like have these things, you know, fit the team. but everything that we're making, we can adjust it. But this is kind of, yeah. So 2 things that we could do, and I'm gonna go. I already say I'm gonna go with option number 2, or I could also say option number 1. Depends on what I will explain first. I was gonna good timing. What if you are using primarily spears and bows, but the robo dinos drop tech like grenades? Are we just gonna build Dino Rider? Is that what you want? Do you want a Dino Rider video game? Because that would be cool. But then we need to call it Zero Dawn Dino West. I've gone, no, I wanted you to create Pixel Horizon Zero Dawn. That would be funny. I don't like that. Yes, got him. I don't know, dinos, that's... Yeah, at some point I do need to... Listen, real quick, listen, I said I have 3 teams, like teams, not teams, like not Team Rocket, but teams, teams? Ideas of like what the game could be, right? I think that 3rd option is already off the list. I have 2 in my mind, 2. And one of them is growing a little bit bigger. I don't think I can wait for a full month to actually work on, I don't know, start to, evolve that a little bit more. So at some point, I just need to present like both options and say why I'm going for one and not the other. But I do have, that's the thing that I like. It's the game that I kind of want to build starts to kind of like live in my head. Like, okay, if we have this functionality and do this, and it's gonna, then I can do this with story and this kind of sound. So it starts to live. I can't hold it back. I can't hold it back. I will do my best. I can't hold it back. It doesn't involve dinos, but I don't think I can wait for a full month. I don't think can control the teams. Can't control the teams. But for now, these entries doesn't really matter. It's just about building the inventory. So weapons, right. Here are the 2 options. Option 1, we specify. No, it's already weird to do that because that's not gonna work out though. Well, listen. 2 things. We could specify, we have the rows and columns. We say for weapons, the maximum amount of items on a row is 5. Or columns is 5. And then we have 2 rows. So we have 10 items max. Right? So 10 icons. And then when we build it, you could say, well, place them in order based on the list. And if the number is 5, place that 1 in the next row and then count from that. So that's kind of like automatically. I don't think I'm going to go for the option because that would be more usable if you have an inventory that kind of, could go bigger than initially planned. And that's not the thing that we do. That would be useful if you just have like a single inventory and you can just collect items and it's just a whole list. That's when you kind of want to maybe do that. So the other option, and also like this is item 5 that should go to the next row, requires a little bit more like setup. What I will do is an easier option, same result. I think I'll just, and that's just, it's more work because it's typey in here, but making makey is easier. I think what I will do, we have weapons. Let's say we have 5 weapons. I will just or we have like 4 weapons and we have just a grid of, you know, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. So we have like a square of like the weapons instead of like just a row of 4. What I will do, me explaining that would make it a little bit more difficult again. Made it more difficult. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply say a bow is on the X and Y 0, 0. I'm just gonna say the bow is on row 0 in column 0, and I'm gonna do that for every item. It's a little bit cumbersome, but that is just gonna make it way easier to kind of program it, and I will show you how. So do I want to use X and Y? Maybe it's a little bit confusing. I could say row and column, row and col, R and C. Let's just do row and col. And that's something that we need to do for every item. And the thing again is it's about making it easier, and it's about like don't do too much. Like it would be cool to have like 10 weapons, but we're not gonna end up with 10 weapons. No way. No fucking way. So here it would just be okay, 0, 0, and that one would be on row 0 and column 2, and this would be on row 1 column 0, and this would be on 1, 1 if we make a square. Did I just make that? Hey Mac, how are you doing? How was your weekend? It's probably morning over there right now. How are you doing? So this would create a small square, I think. Yes. I think. How late is it? Oh, it's kind of good. I said we will just build the basic of the inventory, but I think we within like an hour we could get like pretty far though. As always, I need to copy and paste some of this stuff, so I just don't wanna rewrite it again. I could better do. Well, yeah, let's just do that. Let's just do this, man. Yeah, a build. You're doing good. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing good. Chilling out with the chat, and yeah, continuing with the game. I'm so far. I hope people are enjoying this as well. But I'm enjoying like the game development on the stream. Doing the technical stuff is less nerve-wracking than I thought. We did, of course, like the chicken game, but I think it's very chill. Do a little bit of this, do a little bit of chatting. But yeah, I'm having a nice day, and I'm enjoying this type of stream. So we do need to like the setup over there. I just generally I had a nice day so far. Exercise in the morning, and it's Saturday, and now I'm definitely not gonna do anything else for today. And that's basically it. That's basically it. So we do have like an entry. But yeah, I'm enjoying this. I hope people are also enjoying this. And I think it's gonna be more fun. More nerve-wracking for me though, once I have to do audio and visual stuff. But for now, this is good. This is good. So let's set something up. I do need to change that add value. So once we build the inventory, we're gonna do the initialize, and once that is done, that's just setting everything up so that we can do kind of like the next step. That's in inventory menu. No, why did I type that? Inventory menu. And then we say build. And what I will do is just from the get-go already do this. So we're gonna build the icons for weapon. So with how it's set up, we have like, we will call this 3 times: build weapons, build gadgets, build collectibles. And that way we will be able to make more or less things on like the inventory. But yeah, that's kind of nice. That might be a little bit nice. Might be a little bit nice. Inventory. And the next thing that we have, inventory, and then the type. So we can remove item, and the type should be based on the function param1. That's the thing over there. And what we have then is for each entry, that's the stuff that we did here. Just to make sure that this is working, I will just do a console poo-poo thingy, so it shows all the IDs of the entry. So we should see in the console, once we pull up the inventory, bow, machine gun, sword, and grenade. We don't necessarily need to debug, but let's just do the debug. So let's do start. Pull up the console. Let's change that in resolution a little bit. Q. Nope, it's not working. Because nothing is in the console. We do have like an inventory, so it is not doing this. And that's in setup, dictionary, inventory, type, ID, weapons. And it's not working because we say weapon instead of weapons. I think that's it. No, again, pressing E to say use. That's not the key. Let's clear this. Go to the inventory. Not working. Inventory build. Let's check it. Inventory menu. Did I... Build weapons. Build weapons. Setup. Is that correct? That's the setup. Inventory. Type ID is weapons. So that's weapons, weapons. And we have the entry ID. Let's do this. Making so many typos. Build, and just for my sake, do a build and a build one just to see if this is actually working. I see. Sometimes I'm an idiot. It's kind of like the same mistake that I just made with the menu stuff. I'm just gonna say it's because it's Saturday. Q, build one, so that's good. So we do get like all the entries, the bow, machine gun, and the sword and the grenade in the console, so that's good. So from there, what we can do, I feel like we're gonna do create icon. Maybe that would be wise. That would be wise to do. Or maybe not even necessary. Let's just disable this. This is maybe a little bit like too much and not even needed for what we're gonna do. Build that each entry, and that means we get the X and Y there. So what? System create. We're gonna create an object. And we're gonna create the sprite. And that sprite should be placed on top. And here we need to say the X and Y that I had X. And we're gonna do dot dot what? Because this is speaking about the bow, but it needs to actually have that X and Y. And the same goes for that one. But we need to do a little extra thing though. I might have to do... well, no. Let's just do X and Y first. If I... Yeah. Yes. So my hunch was actually good. I need to make it into an integer. Because currently it's stored as a string in the inventory. So now what I also need to do is... this is all for the like the X and Y location on where the sprite is being created. So I will do that and remove this, and then that, and that should be like a row. Column X, and then that should be rows, columns, rows. So we get the initial, we get this. Yeah. It's actually, it should actually be different. What I'm gonna do, I need to make this into plus. And the item, yeah, let's make it inf sprite item dot width times that, and that should be in brackets. And I'm gonna do a similar thing for the sprite dot height times that. So we get the X and Y. So that's kind of like 64, that might be here. And what we're doing here, we're gonna take the item sprite. The item sprite is 60 by 16, and that needs to be so we get the 64 without the multiply. That icon is, well, that might be. Let's just see how this works. But the width, like the 16, or we have like the height, that enables us to, well, we do have like icons that are square now, but by doing this, we kind of make it foolproof if icons have like maybe a longer width or like at a height. I don't know why we would have that, but that's just how it's now set up. And then it's that value will be multiplied by the row and column. So in this case, this one would probably be placed with a small offset from this with a 16 by 16 or 0. You know, it would be placed like on there, and the other one should be placed 16 with an offset with 16 on the X based on the column number, and the same goes for this. I think that's it. So if this is working, what's going to happen is that we do see like 4 squares placed 4 sprite placed in a square with no space in between. Let's see if this works. And then add the spacing in between, because we do need that to make it look nice. But maybe it doesn't work. There's an icon. Now I should have done the... let's go to start and go to this. How many icons are there for the inventory? Sprite, so they are all placed there. So that means there's a... I made a boo-boo here. What if I... Which entry? Let's just change this 1 to 4. Let's see if that actually works. No, so it's not... items by... What if I do 16? Just not use the item sprite and height. So it's a problem with saying the item sprite. So yeah, that's working. Why wouldn't it get the item sprite height? Because it's not made yet? Is that basically it? Now I need to revert this one to Wando. Save it. Don't press E. Build it. 4 icons. There we go. Those are the 4 weapons. So we do need to make a little bit of space in between. Might be 16. I'm not sure if that's gonna work. It's probably not gonna work. No, it's no. That needs to be. Well, we know that's a matter of like actually doing this. Just make it a little bit bigger, right? Is it a little bit bigger? Oh, there you go. So that's too much, of course. I'm kind of inclined to do this, where I say the size is 16 and space maybe like 8. We can change that. Let's just copy that, disable it, and take this here and do that here and call this size. And do that here as well. Size. I should have done width and height. We can change it later if we do have like icons that are more maybe like have a certain width that are not square. Now we do know we don't have like the spacing in between, but at least that's working. So from here, boy, it's becoming a little bit like long, this code. So what I might want to do is do this, and then plus, and then another one, and no, another one of these. Do that, and space. And what I will just do is, for my sake, change this to Y, and that should be row. So let's save it. So now the space in between should be half of the icon We could also do that in the code, just say half, but we might want to, no, we want to have like control over it. Do that, go here, and then that's it. That's it. That's it. Yes. So now the icons are still there. That's all good. That means that we also need to destroy the icons, so that once we exit out, we don't see the icons anymore. There, exit. So we do have like an inventory. Also, timers need to be paused. Projectiles and timers. Because sometimes you make use of a timer, and if you pause or go in the inventory, timer should also stop acting up. So this is a good reminder for that. So that is kind of working. So the next step now is, I don't think we need to make a family for this. No. Yeah, you're right, I've corner. It's all coming together. You're right. I don't think I need to make a family of it. We do need to store something in the icons. What I want to store in it is actually maybe like the row and a call as well, because we need to like navigate those. Yes, that might be it. So item sprite, and we need to set the value of the row, and I'm just gonna do this and then that. And I need this. Oh, got a small typo. There we go. And that should be the row, of course. And then a column. I'm just gonna test it out again just to see if that's actually correct. We need to... Yes, test it out with the debug. Start queue, and then go to inf sprite 00. Just checking here, 00. That's correct. 01. That's correct. That's on the second column. So 01, 10, and then 11. So that's good. That's good. And now, just to highlight what we did, we could space it out a little bit more and say, well, this should be more closer to the left 23, just as a showcase why we built it like that. So there, and then it's actually placed there. So that's good. So we can change that, like the positioning of it based on the XML. I love it. Kind of like it, you know, a little bit closer to the left. The spacing was kind of nice to have, like just like 8, like 50, like 50% of like the size. And again, we can change this like the wide and hit width and height. If we do have like different things. Another thing that should also be stored into the icon is actually the type, what it is. The type. Let's go one down and let's do this, and then type, and the type. Yes, that's not the number, so let's just do this. Yeah, I should have done that. Alright, there we go. And then this, and then wow, and then type. So now we do have on these sprites stored like the row, call, and a type. And maybe, you know what? Maybe I want to change this. I don't know if that's needed, but let's just have type and entry, so we keep it consistent with the XML as well. The type is weapon, so we store that as well. So we maybe in the end you have a different way of, if you press A, you select a weapon, and maybe you have like a different slot for weapons and gadgets. I don't know how to explain it. But let's say you are on weapons, you press A and that's accept. That selects a weapon, and then you want to press, maybe there's a different item slot of kind of like an item that might be active, that needs to be active around the time, but something that we don't use for a button. So by using the type, we know this is weapon type that goes into the item slot of weapon, and a gadget goes into the item slot of gadget. We're not going to build it like that, but that's the that's why I want to have like the type in it, so we know, oh, if we actually press A, we can check the type, can check the entry, set this type to, and change that value there for the slot. Right. So we have the type, and now we have the entry as well. So it shouldn't be type. This should be ID, and the type, we need to change one little thing. That's .1 because we want to go one back. Let's just see if this was working. See how little I actually like the splash screen and then go to the main menu. I don't mind it for the testing because now we know it all works together. Go to here, inventory sprite. So it should all type. It should say type. It doesn't say type. Right, it's not saying type because it's not type. It should be ID. That's a small error. You should simply get the type, and the type is like the previous ID. I don't have to like boot it up again to test it. But now we see like, hey, that's actually the bow, that's the machine gun, that's the sword, and then the grenade. Another thing that we're gonna do, I'm just gonna put it in there, and then from the get-go also just disable it. Back, set animation, and then that, and begin. So what's gonna happen there later on, we have this boring inventory icon sprite, but what I will do and how that's gonna work, we will set the animation based on the entry. So the thing that we need to do, and I could just actually show it here, how that works in construct. This is our sprite. We have different animations here. So what is important for all the items, and that's something that we need anyway, are the icons. So what we will do is, for example, add animation like bow. Then I'm not gonna draw a bow right now, but I'm just gonna have like a dot to show like how that works. And if I duplicate, did I duplicate it or did I create a new one? Where's the let's just delete. Duplicate that one. Why? Oh. Right. Good. Let's do that. Duplicate it. Oh. Duplicate it. Machine gun. I think I used a capital. Duplicate it. Grenade. And then what was the other one? Sword. Sword. So we get like a whole list of inventory icons here. And the thing is, what we could do is also have some folders here, so we know, hey, this is for like all the weapons, animations, and we get a folder for the gadgets, and we get a folder for the collectibles. Well, we don't have that right now. We will keep the default, so we have to like the bow, machine gun, grenade, and sword. Now we'll just add a small you know, just indication, like just to see that we see different kind of like icons on the inventory instead of that. Right, there's some nifty stuff that we can do later on with the item sprites. We could have we could have what was I gonna say? We could have different sprites, separate sprites for all the items. That might be good. But then we do need to make a family. Shit. What would be the benefit of that? Yeah, the benefit would be if we want to add more items, we that sprite will have like a ton of like animations, and all the item sprites is not gonna add up because it's like very low res. But maybe you make something like high res, and then at that point you want to have it separated. I'm not gonna do that now, but I will probably separate this in different icons. And I think for what we are building, this is fine. So let's just, it does say to set the animation to that, and I play from the beginning. It's not gonna play anything, but it will just show that animation. So let's do this and press play. So the only thing, the only big difference that we see are just like the 1, 2, 4, and 3. Kind of fucked up the order, but that's fine. So yeah, now if we do have like an icon for the sword, it's just a matter of like opening that sprite, changing that animation, and then it works, and that's it. And that's it. That's basically the thing that we need to do. How late is it? Am I able to make something real quick to select items once we're in there? See, that's why the create icon might come in handy later if we do want to have like separate sprites. The other thing that I'm thinking about is let's say we have like the UI, right? In Zelda 1 you do see like the weapons, like the icons up there, and you want to show the icons during the game. Maybe we will place it somewhere else. The question now is, are you gonna use the item sprite as well on the inventory to show that? Or are you gonna make separate icons for that? And that's kind of like, if you're gonna make separate icons, that's not efficient. So what we might have to do is, because this item sprite, if we set it all up properly, we will just use this for the UI in the game and for the inventory UI stuff. So whenever we update it here, it's updated everywhere. Some downsides to it, but that means we do have to add something here. For example, that says like, can I delete this right now because we're destroying it? Yes or no. Now we need to add that. So there are some downsides to it. Yeah, I'm not gonna go. Not gonna go into detail about that. Let's see if we can do a little bit of like menu navigation. It's gonna be. It's gonna be a simple one. I'm just gonna do a simple one. Just have like a small sprite that kind of indicates that we selected something. For now, what I will do is I'm just gonna make a 16 by 16. I was thinking about making a border to show what you've selected, but that is not gonna. I'll just do this, and beautiful. I don't like it. I'm zoning out. Can I make a small arrow? Would that be easy? Would be a little bit annoying to do that now. Uh, 8 by 8. I'm just gonna make. No. Can I clear it? I clear it. I just wanna. I just need a small indication that I'm selecting this thing. Beautiful. That's gonna be in the middle. It's just a small indication to show, hey, we selected this item. Item select. That needs to be on here as well. Just gonna place. Oh. Let's place that here because that's for the item select as well. So that means just gonna copy that one. Just gonna say item. We need the item select. That's gonna be at the top. And just gonna do 0 0, so that's just gonna spawn it like in the upper left of the thing. We also need to destroy that icon once we leave this thing. Destroy. Yes, I'm starting to zone out. I'm starting because that's the wrong thing. Destroy. There you go. I can remove that. I can remove that. Now we need to do this. And it might be wise to have a row and call here as well. Just make that static and have those set up here. So it's kind of like a similar menu setup as the text one, but just a little bit different. As we go on a parameter concentration is destroy. Oh, for sure. And now actually the trickiest part starts. The trickiest part is that we will get this icon. I will place this icon. That's gonna spawn here. But of course you want to, well, for now, for the test, I will just make it so that it should probably end up here. And it's gonna end up there because of the image point is on the upper left. I kind of like working that way, like because it's all grid based, just from the upper left, because everything is, you know, the layout is also from there. What we want, and that's the tricky part, is that if you select something, so if you move to the right, it should go here. If you move to the right, it should go there, right? It needs to go to the first one because this is the last one. We could also make it so that if you move here to the right, it doesn't do anything, right? Right. So, but that feels to me like that's fine if you have like 4, but let's say we build this, like you just get like a weapons row. You got like 10. And if you press here to the right and you don't go here, oh man, that's just annoying, because then I need to press like 9 times to go to the first one again. So I don't think that's user friendly. Kind of weird to think about it just because of the 4 items. But in this case, I do want to have that functionality. Because gadgets might be more you might have like more collectible items. So it should be in a setup that once you're here, you go there, and then we have the same issue with going down. So you need to the tricky part right now is selecting the rows and selecting columns. Selecting rows, selecting columns. And that should work for 2 or for 10 items or for 20 items. So that is why I need that. And you do want to have yes. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. If I press to the right, system set value, add to column 1. Oh man, that's fucked up. Okay. Up is subtract, down is add. To the row. Up and down are the rows, and that's the columns. So that way we can change this. Now I do see one important thing is that we're building weapons. I have a feeling we need this. In inventory type, and I'm gonna set the inventory type based on function file 1. And I have a feeling, yeah, that's setting inventory type to weapons, so we have like the weapons. And here's a tricky thing. we need to build probably a check again, similar to the other one where we check where we are at. Yeah, yes. Yes. Oh man, this is definitely not something that I should be doing now. But I want to finish the stream on this note. Select the item sprite. Dot type is in inventory type. We need to select that, and then we could probably do it like that. Compare instance variable row is equal to row, and the column is equal to col. And then inventory select item set position to item sprite is the x and item sprite dot y, and that check is something that we're gonna call from there. Inventory menu check after that. So we change like this. I don't like it. That's gonna, well, for now it's gonna work. It's gonna work. The only problem right now is that we do need to indicate like subtracting. We could just keep pressing up and down. Yeah, that's the row. That's the row. Holy shit, man. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. This is gonna work. It's gonna be a little bit buggy though. I'm just gonna save, and then there, and there we see like the small cursor, and it's not doing anything right now, but it should, if I press right now, it should move to that one. Fuck. Let's just check what's going on. We do have like the inventory type is weapons. That's good. That checks out. Item sprites. That says weapons. Let's go back to system. If we press left, we are changing the columns though, and we can change the rows. So we haven't set up what the maximum amount of rows and columns are. So of course we shouldn't be able to go higher than the actual, like the amount of rows that we have. And in this instance, like if we are 1 and press down, it is 2, and then it should actually go to 0. But why that little shitty thing is not moving? That's the big question right now. Set position to inventory item sprite. Oh, and column, that should be what if I remove this? Then it's probably it will probably just place it on the first one, and that's it. It's not moving. It's not moving that little shitty thing over there. Why not? Are we... Oh no. I will move it there. That was actually okay, but I'm an idiot. I was calling the wrong function. So this should be... This should at least move the sprite. See, yeah, like I can move like further away, but that's kind of like okay. So I can, like, we do have like the visual representation of what we have selected, and just keeping in mind of like the rows. Like if I move up now, it goes to minus. But we do have this, and now what is possible though is that if we do accept, I could, this is a nasty way to do it, but accept item sprite. That should be done. That should be done separate in a different way, because the cancel, that's you know, that's setting the primary, and secondary, that's something that will change like later on, the accept and cancel, because that's not relevant for now. But how the hell are we gonna exit? Well, if you select like the inventory, how are you gonna get back to the item selection? That's gonna be a problem for later. There's a small problem. So let's just try and select and set the weapon that we have selected right now, and call function. I know. Dictionary. I think I need to eat something. A mini Kit Kat and a mini Bros is not enough food. Dictionary set key. I think I call it primary slot, but if I was smart, I would have called it a slot primary. Why is it on? I was smart, but it's in a different dictionary that I forgot about. It's in slot primary. It is slot primary, but it's in the player data. And we do need to check if that's actually something that we have built here for the set key. We don't have the setting values for like the player data. It should maybe that stuff should just be on game data. I'm not sure. Set key to that, player data set key to that. That's what we do when we press accept, and we basically use the same thing for the set or for the check. I think if this is working, let's just see if this is working. So if we go here to player, we have slot primary. That's the thing that we might change if I press on the left arrow key. 0, 0, 0, 0. Fantastic. So something is happening though, but we are not sending the correct thing to it. And that's because we are not saying what the value should be. And that should be the int item sprite dot entry. I think there would have been a way to not have to give like the item sprites like the entry stuff, and that we could select it based on comparing like row 0 and 0 and you know this stuff, but this is maybe like the easiest way to do it. Let's just see if this works. Let's do that. Go there. Check there. Oh, yup. Player data. So now it's bow, machine gun, grenade, sword. So if you exit out, I can't attack. I can't attack now. So that's good. That's good. That's good. If I go to the menu and just a little bit wonky, press accept here, then we have the bow, and then we're able to shoot. So that's kind of working. Let's just have add a small little thing so we don't have to get the always have like the this open to check what we have selected. And that's what we're gonna do in the debug. I'm just gonna add a new line, primary, and then dig play data dot get. That way we see what we have selected in the primary, and to see what we have in the secondary slot. And for the inventory, let's just do this. I don't like how we have like duplicate, yeah, like this. I don't like it. There's a better way to do it. So that should change the slot secondary, so we can actually test it out. We don't need the debug. We will have it open here. Let's do this. No. That's annoying. Let's just press play. Full screen. There you go. Language. That's selectable. That's selectable. Go to start. We're in a game. Pressing, you know, let's say I'm pressing A to fire or something. I'm firing the bow and I don't have a secondary selected, so I can't do anything with it. I'm like, oh shit, man. I want to select a machine gun. This should show icons. I selected the machine gun. Press A, then go here, and then it says machine gun. And then now I want this, the sword, but what I want is the bow on. I want the bow on. No, I want the bow on. There's the bow. And now I actually press. I'm actually pressing the secondary fire shot, and I'm able to fire the bow as well. Now the weird thing is though, what if we have two bows selected? That's just gonna fuck everything up, man. So that's another tricky thing. The ability to not... there needs to be a check to make sure that whatever item you're using is not already selected on the secondary, because then you get this situation where everything is just messed up. But hey, we can select an item from the inventory, and I think later, not now, we will add like the rows and make sure that we can scroll off like the rows, and that we have like that up and down, and actually revert back to like the first column. But this is kind of good. This is kind of good. I think what we could do is, because we will make a separate thing. Dictionary, player data, compare value, slot primary is not equal to int item sprite dot entry. So just for now, this is kind of maybe to remind ourselves like, hey, we need to make something for this as well. And I think this will enable us, or won't enable us anymore, to select like the bow or like another item to our primary, because here we will check if it's already on the secondary, right? We could also do it so that if you select a bow with the primary and it is on the secondary, that we remove it from the secondary, so you end up with an empty one. That might actually be better. Check if the secondary slot is equal to that. Then we say the dict player set key slot secondary to none. Yeah, I kind of like that option. I kind of like that option because if you're in the inventory, you want to select an item, you have like the secondary item as the bow, but you want to do it on, you want to place the bow on the primary, then first you need to select a different item on the secondary temporarily. That's annoying. So bow there, I need to select a machine gun and then I can select a bow on the primary. Like, that's insane. If you need to do those, you need to jump through those hoops to properly select an item. So here it will just remove the item from the secondary slot if that item is selected for to be placed on the primary item. That feels a little bit more intuitive. Key slot primary, set key secondary slot to none. You could also even make it so that if you have a bow and you have a machine gun and I select the bow for my secondary, if while it's on the primary, that those items just get switched around. So the machine gun goes to the primary, so you switch it if you want to place one of the other items to there. And that's just basically probably not setting it to none, but then set this to that. Make sure that an item can't be selected twice. The other one, the second option is nice if you have like 2 items that you can select, but that would be a problem if you have the ability to select 3 items, because which item do you populate that slot then with? Well, the item that you actually chose, but then you have to search like all those 3 different slots. Well, anyway, that's also something that we need to do here. Well, how will this work when you have more item slots, like 3 or 4? That's gonna be a challenge to do that. Doable, but I think it would be nice if we can actually work something out from that. This works perfectly well for 2 items, but we might have like more items. that you can choose from. Do I want to quickly test this out? Yes. So the thing that should happen now, we have like the bow. If I select a bow here and press my secondary key, and the bow is there and the primary is done. So for now, that's good. Yes. Another thing before I close this off, there's another problem. Especially if we want to have like different like the weapons and then the gadgets and the collectibles, and you select those before that. We need to have a different kind of menu navigation instead of this, or change the row. Well, it would be possible to do it, but that would require some more work. The only problem that I see right now with this current setup, or the only one of the bigger problems, is let's say we're in weapons. We have two buttons, right? A and B, accept or cancel, or primary, secondary. So we have two buttons. When we go into weapons, we press A or B to select the weapon, primary and secondary. What button do we press to exit out the weapons menu within the inventory so that we can go back to select gadgets and collectibles and weapons? Of course, we could say, hey, that's just B, or that's start, or maybe something else, but that's yeah, something to think about. We could make it so that once you press A, you will just exit out that menu, but that would be annoying again if you have if you make use of like the 4 buttons to select items. That's probably not gonna like how we're gonna end up with like 4 buttons, but like how do you go back in the menu with this current setup? That's a question, but that's a question for later. That's a question for later. There you go. It's a question for later. Would an active slot and a set of passive slots work? Yeah, you could have something like maybe there's an item that just works passively. But that's something that we need to think about. Do we have passive items that you select? For example, Ocarina of Time, you have the 3 different tunics, right? And that's kind of like a passive, like you select like the fire and the water and just the green one. And those have maybe more like defense or armor rating, like a better armor rating. Like how would that work? Kind of similar to the primary slot. There's some stuff that needs to be worked out for the inventory. I might have to draw this out. Like how it's probably gonna look like, and how we can navigate through this menu. But that's not something that I'm gonna do now. I need to think about it and then get back to it. At least we have a basic setup right now. Yeah, to build it. As we're going to SN, you could bind any item to slot. Order doesn't matter, but when you press the button, it sets it to active. SNY could bind any item to slot. Order doesn't matter, but when you press the button, it set it to active. Well, everything would be easier if I think you might be saying that it would be easier if the primary slot is always the weapon. and the secondary is the gadget, then that problem is solved. Then accepting in a menu selection selects that item. But that's a tough choice, right? That makes it so that you can select 2 weapons, which would be kind of obvious, because then you always have like the attack button and the other button is for the gadget that you can use. And then the whole problem with the A and B and all the other different things would be solved. But in that case, what if you can select 2 gadgets? How would you do that? I was thinking more of a Souls weapon slot. You can double equip, but you can put it in whatever you want and just cycle in between. Yeah. It's something to think about. We need to draw it out. I need to draw it out because I see it in my head. But I think like the inventory, yeah, we're making it too complicated. That's for sure. But that's okay. Because this is probably based on the theme of the game, will probably be changed as well. Yeah, like I don't know. It's no, my mind is full. Good suggestions though. We need to think about this. But draw it out. What we did though, we got a basic setup for the inventory. You know, going to the menu, going out in the menu, control states. So that's working. That's good. Get in the inventory, get out of the inventory, and we fix all the stuff for the main menu, and we can actually change like settings. So yeah, slowly we're getting into more the game stuff again and less the UI stuff. So that feels kind of good. Speaking of feeling good, I'm gonna turn into couch potato. As always, it was very enjoyable to do some live, I don't know, game development. I'm enjoying this. If I wasn't enjoying this, I wouldn't stream like for another 5 hours, 5.5 hours again. This is fun. And I think once more stuff is like being built, well, it's gonna be more difficult and also more fun. Mixed feelings. The streams have been very informative. That's cool. I like that. That's good. That's good to know. I like that stuff. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Because you know the thing that's final thing, the thing that's starting to happen right now, and it's kind of good. I started out like not feeling very productive, but the thing is starting where I sit on the couch and start to think about like, oh, it would be cool to build this, and this, and this, and also in the morning, I kind of want to start with building stuff. I want to continue with it, so that's good. That's a good signal for me. Another signal for me though now is that I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat a haring. I know, very fancy. Just a haring and a cup of tea. And then maybe some more Kit Kats. Thanks all for watching. If there are any questions about this stream or I don't know, whatever, let me know. Thanks all for watching. This was fun. Have a nice weekend and see y'all later. Enjoy the evening. And take care. Bye. Ooh.